before getting Me Too'd. And after.
Now, you know that Ms. Heard was...
Excuse me. I didn't
sorry?
hear the beginning of what you started saying.
I said, let's start with the makeup.
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with Amica cream?
What is it?
Amica?
Amica?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And you don't know whether she had applied Amica cream, correct?
No.
And
I didn't even know what Amica cream is.
Do you know whether she had applied any Amica cream that morning to her face?
No.
In any of those 3.5
When?
years, do you know whether Amber had any Amica cream on that day?
No.
Do you know whether she was wearing any Amica cream?
Sir, if you could just answer
I'm
this
sorry.
question.
I'm totally sorry. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you, sir.
Hey there to all you wonderful, wonderful people today. How is it going? So today we have a good topic. This topic is being brought up because I got a few letters from folks mentioning, they were telling me to check out a YouTuber. I can't remember what YouTuber it was, but they were saying, check out this YouTuber. They're going over these brand new metadata filings. And I thought that those aren't new. they're old, and it's only one filing. But the question of metadata is a very good question in this, because that goes to whether or not your evidence is real. So we're going to explain the metadata question. We're going to explain the filings that came up, and then we're going to talk about metadata, because there seem to be a lot of people that are confused, and we're going to tear apart some of the evidence there. Now, I saw two memberships come in, so I'm going to catch both real quick. Test Press, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Also, Sadiq Muhammad, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. Blotty Blah, thanks for the 5. Love your intro, Tug. Thank you. I have a bunch of things. I just mix them up back here. Now, you know, the intro thing, the Amica thing, that's somebody else. That's just something that was online from TikTok. I thought it would be funny to put on there. You know, I just mix up a bunch of stuff and it's good. Yesterday, by the way, so this still has not been remedied, and it was a little annoying, I have to say. So the people who put together the objection hearsay songs, we decided yesterday to look at those, to laugh a little bit, to give them a few hundred subscribers. Well, they decided to copyright claim the whole stream, which means that now they say, well, that's not our fault. We didn't mean to. Okay, well, you just took the revenue from 100,000 freaking. They don't get the super chat stuff, but they still took 100,000 clicks worth of revenue, and they haven't turned it back over yet. So, yeah, I don't think I'll be playing any of their stuff anymore, regardless of why. If you're a small channel, here's something to note. If you get attention from other channels, YouTube is you need to be seen. You need to get exposure to grow. And if you flag people when they give you exposure, that's not good. It's not smart. So, whether it's intentional or not, you got to turn that off. It's an easy click button behind the scenes, and it still hasn't been fixed today. So, Crystal, thanks for the super chat. You've done a great job. I hope your wife had a great birthday. Yes, it's my wife's birthday today. She has had a good birthday so far. But yeah, I appreciate that. Lisa Morris, thanks for the thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. And also, Mookie Mook, is that correct, Mookie Mook? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And also, welcome to Tugs Thugs. Here's something I want to do for her though today. I thought it would be funny while we're live. So we pumped up her subscribers one day. And I think while she's laying down taking a nap, I think we should. She has a YouTube channel, and she doesn't know what to do when you like pump up her subscribers. So it's a free thing you could do. Like I'm gonna put a link in the description. Bam! I just put it there. Just subscribe to this channel if you haven't. That's my YouTube channel, so you can boost it up there. I've been letting people flow in for just a minute, and then we'll start our stuff. So, Eve Barlow's Rotten Crotch, thanks for 5. It was Amica. My dog stepped on a bee, salt and pepper. Johnny D in a limousine. Exactly. Maggie Myers, thanks for the 5. And that super sticker. I like the little controller super stickers. I think they're funny. I think they're cute. Thank you for that. I like so many. I haven't seen so many of the super stickers. I like it when they come in. I haven't seen them. Global Samurais, thanks you for the super chat there. That was a bad act for them to do that. Well, no friends and money. Yeah, well, I'll get my money back, but it's bad for them because it loses them subscribers. Because if people are like, "Ha ha, I love your stuff," and you got 3,000, well, last night we showed that off to we had 6,000 people watching, so it's good exposure for them. Yeah. If you're a YouTuber, you're starting out. Even that, like I find out I've got in my control panel, it tells me when people take clips of my videos and stuff, and they put them in things. I know about that, but I don't flag people for it because hey, you're making a point. Like if you uploaded my whole thing, I would probably ask you not to do it. But other than that, I don't really care. Or you're just checking stuff out. Like, it's always good for exposure. Nightcat, thanks for the 5. Amica Cream for the new you when you're black and blue. That's a good split. I've heard spokesman for that. Ad. Also tell the missus happy birthday. Will do. Will do for sure. That's funny, though. I like that. Didn't do nothing. Thanks for the 10. Love you, Tug, and Johnny, too. When I heard about his childhood, I empathized with him. Broke my heart. Testify. Yeah, it was so common there, but it made so much sense with her. It made her make so much sense, and why he stayed with her. The Gaming, thanks for the 10. Started to watch your stuff in bed. Your voice is soothing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, man, speaking of bed, There's a lot of thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, I added you and someone is using Johnny Depp's name and his AMA using Elon Musk, which is fake, to scam people for free crypto. Yeah, it's common and it's something that you cannot prevent. Okay, you're going to run into a lot of fake Johnny Depps and stuff. I did a video on one time. It was kind of funny. I spent a little time doing it because it was Johnny Depp supposedly flirting with this girl, and once he gets to a certain point, he asks her for her he wants to fly out and be with her, but he needs some iTunes cards to get there. And then he starts talking about, don't worry if I meet you because we're not going to traffic you or anything. I was like, that's very creepy. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that goes on. And unfortunately, I mean, you can report it and knock them down, but they just create new account. So you tell people, if Johnny Depp contacts you, he's not Johnny Depp. And Johnny Depp isn't asking you to buy, stuff online. Like, it's just, Miss Dog, thanks for $4.49. Hey, Tug, do you think AH could go to prison for the situation with the dogs in Australia, but also faking being a victim of abuse, committing perjury? Perjury, possibly, but they don't. I'll do a video on that. I've seen people covering it. It's funny. Like, here's something that I was mentioning on Twitter. I think it's funny. I'm not going to say who. And this is not to Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash actually has kept up with this stuff. But I noticed people that told me that was a non-story and they didn't want to hear anything about it. Because I was trying to get people to cover that. About a year ago, I found out that the FBI was helping make introductions to witnesses in Australia. I found that out. The media covered it 6 months afterwards. And I tried to get other people to talk about that. Man, you could get some people, but like big channels, there's some now that are definitely, they're covering the same topic. But 6 months or a year ago, they wouldn't cover it when it was breaking there. Now though, you got the trial, big clicks, baby. It's like, yeah, I see you. Bad vibes. Thanks for joining. Just finished JD movie Secret. The Secret Window. It reinforces my opinion that AH needs testing. Fantasy prone personality. Complete HPD. Very well. PP is prone to suggestion. Adds in shrooms and you get fun times. That's true. I mean, she's got a lot of problems. I think that she could have a few tests that were done for sure. I say I'll hit 5 more and then we're going to start. Okay. X Gamer, thanks for 5. Amber does not like depth, truth, exposure, and she also does not like green eggs and hams. Get it? Yeah, she does. She actually admitted that she doesn't like truth and exposure. She said that in a court document. Bad vibes, thanks for the 5. Secret Window movie by JD. Yeah, I got that. I like Secret Window, by the way. I think that's a good movie. Shooter. 2012 Jameson, thanks for the happy birthday, Lola, from the Crazy Chat Uncle. Maggie Myers, thanks for the 5. And give me them high fives. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for $2.49. Ooh, and this super sticker. And oh yeah, I have to catch the memberships too, or I'll lose them. And Defoe, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that for sure. And see, Matt Bond, thanks for 2. As an Aussie, we don't want her, of course. And lastly, we're going to start off this one. Letitia Santiago, there's so much evidence, overwhelming. She has to be locked up in jail. Is it possible? It's not going to be enough. Seeing JD successful in the industry, she's not going to go to jail. She's not going to go to jail. Not for what we're seeing here. And in Australia, even if the idea worked in Australia, here's the problem. They're not going to extradite her to Australia. So she just won't go there anymore. What it does, though, is it murders her career. And I have a good video for her career tomorrow because there's some stuff up. There's some big stuff. Yeah, you'll like it. You'll like it. There's actually 2. Like there's some stuff with Momoa that I want to put by itself, and then there's some stuff with Warner, Aquaman, Momoa, and Hollywood at large. It's all good. Let's see. Healthy Gaming, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership, and welcome to the Tuggernauts. Appreciate that. All right, let's look this up here. Okay, so we're talking about metadata today. Metadata, I will catch any super chat that I did not get there or any super chat that comes in, just to say. All right, so metadata. If you don't know about metadata, first of all, let me show you a metadata tag. Actually, I think that'll make something a little more clear. Because when we're talking about this stuff, a lot of people, like I said, they seem to be confused about, first of all, what metadata is, what it does or doesn't do, how it links to evidence, and on. And now it's easily faked. All right, so here's a metadata tag, for example, that's been put into something. All right, you see it has the just some distinct qualifiers about it, and there's more to it, but it gives you an idea of what's here. There's more there as well, but it just tells you about camera settings. It tells you, about what kind of phone it is, like what was taking it, etc., and where this stuff has been taken to. So this gives you an idea of what a metadata tag is. Now, okay, with JD actually wasn't the first person to bring up metadata and metadata inconsistencies with Amber Heard stuff. In fact, the place that brought up metadata inconsistencies was first NGN, our news group newsletter, the people working with her in the UK. Yeah, that's right. Her side. Now, she wasn't, again, remember, she wasn't a party, but the ones that were defending her, the ones that called JD a wife beater, they're the ones who brought up the inconsistencies. They found that there was inconsistency, but now this leads JD to file wanting to look at her metadata, all right? They go back and forth with this stuff for a little while, just like any filing. Every time that you have a filing, like it couldn't be easy with her. Like she always has to fight it. And she fought the metadata thing tooth and nail, but that one made sense. Out of anything that she fought, that one definitely made sense. Why? Because you're questioning the validity of her case. If the metadata is faked, then that means all of the pictures are fake. That means they could be set up anywhere. That could be taken anytime. I mean, anything. Like you have to question the validity of it all. JD is told on November the 8th that by November the 30th that Amber Heard has to turn over all of the pictures that she's going to be using so he can bring in an expert to look at the metadata. Interestingly enough, tied to that publicly is Eve Barlow. Eve Barlow asks 2 days after this decision is rendered, tech question. Best way to get rid of other storage on your iPhone 11 Pro. How do we dump what we're doing and all the fakery that we've done? She asked this openly. Asked this online openly. You can see it right there. So there's no question. And is very much I harvested it myself screenshot. So she very much did that. That by itself should be a problem, I would think. But they don't turn over their information on the 30th. They don't turn over anything at all or even start looking at drives until December. They still don't turn anything over. They just start preparing drives in December. They stop in December. They start preparing drives again. And they start getting things ready in January. They still don't turn anything over. In March, you have filings from JD. One filing comes in and it says it's from the expert that he's using, basically saying they haven't turned anything over until March. And when they're turning things over, they just dump 58,000 pictures on us. Maybe it's 56,000. I can't remember. It's between 56 and 58. I can't remember the exact number. It's quite a few. And he says, this isn't going to work. They're basically they're trying to make it where we can't go through this data. They're trying to make it impossible to look through. He also files another thing and says that they're not going to have time to go through it, and they want a response from the judge. And we don't know what the judge's response was, by the way, although I'm getting the feeling that they allowed them to continue with their garbage stuff anyhow. Now, I found this to be fascinating for two reasons. Number one, I didn't understand why JD's team waited so long. If they didn't have the metadata by the 30th, I don't know why they didn't file right away. That seemed like not a smart thing to wait. Don't take their word that they're going to continue bringing it through, file right away. More than that, I kept thinking, what does that say about their case when they're desperate enough not to even let the data fall into somebody's hands? What does that really say about their pictures? And there are a lot of pictures. We've talked about the issues with pictures. Like, for example, I'll tell you a problem with metadata. Here, let me point this out, and I'll make it very easy. And I'll tell you where I think there's fake metadata, where they've faked something. I think it's the wine spillage pictures that they're using in the Eastern Columbia building hallway. I think those are faked as far as, I think they were set up as far as what was put there. And I think that the metadata on it was faked as far as time goes. All right. Now, I think you can prove this too, but it's incidental proof. It's not, you can't hammer it down and say, yes, for sure, I can prove that. But look at this. Okay. So I want you to be able to see the metadata tag right off the bat. I want to make this make sense to you, okay? So these are the wine spillage photos. I'm going to zoom out in just a second, but you notice the tag on this thing. If you notice, you look at you look at the setup, you can see everything with it. Well, the tag, the timing tag on these, it tells you that they're taken at 9:04 17 seconds, right? Okay. Now, there's some disagreement about that. Isaac B. You remember Isaac B? We were laughing about amicaing earlier. Well, Isaac B. told a story, which is actually his timeline. It's backed up by the police, by the way. The police, when they show up on the scene, maybe we'll pull those videos up. I've got them pulled up. But maybe we'll pull up those videos to show that Isaac B. he wasn't lying about when he got there. But anyway, his timeline, he says at 9:30, I go into the Eastern Columbia building. I've been out with somebody. We proceed around the hallway to stop in front of Penthouse 1. There's a large puddle of spilt wine, splashed wine running down the wall. So it's still running. Now, again, wine isn't going to be running for 26 minutes. Little on, JD's been gone even more than that. So wine isn't going to be running for an hour. And you can see the pictures here. They say that it's at 9:04 it was running. He's saying it's still running. And puddling, it's going to saturate into the floor if it's been there that long. Now, what I think happened is I think that they set that up. I think that they faked all of their pictures that day. They are all plants, all fakes. But I think that they set that one with a different metadata tag. I think that was set up around 9:30, somewhere between 9:25 and 9:30. And I think Isaac B., they didn't expect anyone to show up, and he kind of just ran into while they were planning this scene. And the reason I think that is because if you look at the other items that are being used as proof for that night, you'll notice their timestamp is 9:26. 9:25. I mean, again, they're all right in this one little area. I mean, 2 minutes or so. So it would make sense that came up. And these are fake pictures, by the way. And you can tell, I mean, very easily too. So doubting those other pictures, I mean, it's kind of a process of elimination when you look at these. Like if you look here, for example, I mean, they have 5 evidence photos where JD was supposedly on a rampage. If you've seen these, well, you can see them again. The jars here, for example. Remember JD, okay? He's supposed to be walking through with a magnum-sized bottle of wine, swinging it like a baseball bat, okay? When he swings it like a baseball bat, he misses all of these jars here. He only taps one. He doesn't break a glass jar. It doesn't break anything here. None of this stuff is broken at all. It looks like some soap stains on this counter, but it looks like somebody just rolled that out because this is not glass. You can tell by the way it's stained onto the thing. And it didn't, like I said, it didn't break that glass there. Even more telling, though, I complain about this all the time because it drives me nuts. There's a wicker basket, all right? You can tell it's a wicker basket in another picture, but you see this? It's a wicker basket on the floor, right? It's full of, like, bananas. It's full of like mangoes, maybe sweet potatoes or a pear. I can't fucking tell what that is. Maybe a pear. I don't think you'd have your sweet potatoes sitting out there to gnaw on. But hey, you do you if you do that. But they're telling me that you take a magnum-sized bottle of wine, you hit a wicker basket, it goes flying off, and under its own weight, it's full of all of this heavy crap, and it doesn't break it. None of that stuff breaks it. Wicker is not steel. Again, like I've said before, if wicker's that tough, then they need to start making body armor out of it. And if you doubt, by the way, that it's not damaged in that photograph, well, I can show you proof that it didn't get damaged. All right, here is a picture later on. This is months later, all right? These are realtor photographs. They come up in September 2016. This is set up by Andy, by the way. I love this breakdown. But if you look here, that's that same basket. Check it out. It's right there at the end of the there, so it's doing fine. No damage, no muss, no fuss. And you can tell, like I said, it didn't even damage like the cheapo. Look, it's got a handle. So you can't see it in the other picture. It's hard to even see there. But it's got a thin little wicker handle. So a lot of weight would break it, but its own weight crashing to the floor would crumple it up. I mean, again, if you've ever dealt with something like a wicker basket, you know what I'm saying there. I mean, they're not, there's no way. There's no way that would deal with that, right? So that's the problem with metadata, okay? You have these pictures that are utilized as evidence, but the tags on them, like, are they real? Now, their tags had all of these weird problems in them. And I'll show you one, and then we'll start explaining metadata. We'll go through a walk list, but I want to explain there's a very good this is a very good breakdown of that stuff, but you can see the problems here, all right? Just to give you an idea of, give me one second, of the issues. Okay, so as part of everybody's been talking about the bed photo. You know what I'm talking about? The woodworking photo. They've been talking about the wood lawyer guy. And again, that's not, none of that stuff is new. None of these filings are new. If they're new to you, awesome. But I wish people would stress that when they go over this stuff, they're not new filings. And again, that's not a shot at anyone. I'm just saying, like, I see people bringing up metadata filing. They think they're brand new, and they're not. They're bringing up the bed pictures, talking about, oh, there's a knife on the bed. Yeah, they're not new. Like, people have been talking about that since 2020, and the problem with that isn't necessarily, it's not just that people don't know what's going on. They're trying to flood the lawyers for JD with what they think is useful information. They're like, oh my God, we got to tell them. They don't know. Yeah, they've known that for 3 years, and again, or 4 years. Like, they've had some of this stuff. We've had it for 2 years. They've had it for 2 years before that in some instances. And some of it goes all the way back to 2016. Now, again, nothing negative meant in that. I know people want to be helpful. And if you find something that's useful, awesome, but people need to tell you when something isn't new. I mean, just like I said, it drives me nuts there. Like, all these old pictures that are there, they were turned over. All of this stuff is turned over. Well, not all of it. Some of this stuff is new. Okay, some of these pictures are indeed new. But again, you've got a lot of people covering this that don't know that either. They haven't covered this for very long. And many of them, when they bring that up, again, it makes a mess out of things. I don't like that either, because it just it gets under my skin. Like, the type of person, like, I need it to be in its place. I understand where it goes. Now, the pictures that we're talking about, by the way, in this, just to say, with that incident we're going to look at, that's going to be December the 15th. That's where the hair photo comes in. Again, the hair without the roots. That's when you have the bed photo. And again, people keep pointing that knife out, like I said. Yes, very aware that knife exists. Also, people were pointing out, well, the lawyer, the woodworking lawyer. I like his video. I do, but you can always tell that this has been cut. It's very easy to tell because it has striation marks. Just look at the way it's broken apart. You don't have to be an expert at anything to look at that. You can just tell. Like there's no way. And the thickness of this bed, there's just no way it could be broken like this. It just doesn't work. But all of these pictures, plus you have injury pictures that are brought up. Now, in the metadata on those alone, there are some huge problems. All right, like, again, we're going to look at metadata and break this down, but just to explain how you know there's a problem. Raquel Pennington says, I came in and I took all these pictures on the 15th, right? Okay, well, if you look at the metadata tags on the pictures, they don't come from the 15th. They actually are listed as coming from the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th. That's what the line here is. See this discussion point right here? It's 12 and then the date and then the year. So again, this is supposed to be the incident on 12/15/2015. That's the incident with the James Corden show, which I'll bring something up on that in just a second too. But and you can tell those are fake too just by what they are. But look at the dates on the metadata itself. It's saying these pictures come from actually 12/16, not the 15th. And she only testified the 15th. They come from 12/16, 12/17, and one from 12/18. All right. Now, from the tags alone, that's a problem. You can also tell that the metadata is questionable, like it's very erroneous, because when you look at the pictures from that day, excuse me for scrolling, I'm just going to do it this way. When you look at the pictures from that day, and I brought this up before, these are the pictures from the 16th, right? Injury pictures, okay? You have her in certain lines. Now, you can tell that they messed up on one of their metadata tags where they were faking this stuff by looking at the picture that comes from the 18th. This is the picture from the 18th, right? Let me put these side by side. I need you to see this side by side. I just want to do a comparison with all of these, just so you can. I'm going to put them together that way, because I really want you to see it switch side by side, just to show you how stupid that these people think you are, okay? Because they think that you're stupid. I mean, they think you're stupid enough that you can't tell something that is obvious when you're confronted with it, all right? So you look at that picture, really drink it in, because I want you to be able to identify it when it comes up next to other pictures. All right. Now look, here we go. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing on that frame, and I'm gonna bring up just an entire share screen so we can compare two items. Okay, so this actually, let me switch this over. View us. All right, so that's that picture, right? This is the other pictures. Now you'll notice something. You see these two? Notice the background here. Notice the face and everything else. This picture is the same picture as this picture here. They are exactly the same. Only this picture is in portrait and this picture is in landscape. You notice? I'll put them side by side in a minute, but you notice like the books and everything else in the background, the way the eye lines up, it's washed out, but it's the same picture. I mean, exactly the same picture. If you question that, by the way, here's the two pictures side by side. Okay? And here's the two pictures grid marked together. If you take them, grid them where they line up, they are perfect. They are the exact same picture. The problem, though, is, again, when you look at the metadata tags on these pictures, the metadata tag for these are 2 days earlier than this picture right here. And putting it in landscape will not change that metadata tag because you made an edit. That's not how metadata works. Editing will not, it does something in the metadata, but it doesn't change that descriptor, showing that that's the original date it was taken. What they meant to do, and you can tell with this, what they meant to do with it is they meant to line all of these up. See, they were going to take them, they were going to put them in, So you're going to have this one, the one from the 18th, and then this one. You can see how they were going to do that. Pow, pow, pow. But again, they messed up when they were plugging in the date or time. And there are enough pictures that have problems like this that are questionable when you look at descriptors in them, when you look at certain key items. Like, for example, when you look at these, if I take pictures in a series, right? If I'm on my phone and I'm taking pictures in a series, you know what happens? My phone identifies them as a series. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Look at the identifiers on these. They are AHA, blah, 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 006, 007, 511. Wait, what? That's not how your phone works. Your phone, the only way it would do that is if you've been going in and you've been doing editing, you either are using a different device to put together photographs, or you have been monkeying around with the metadata. I mean, you can monkey around with it in a bunch of different ways, but I mean, you see, okay, that's a problem. Like I said, I just want to lay the foundation so you understand what metadata is. I'm opening a Coke right now, by the way. Just so you get the feel for that, so you understand it, right? Okay. With all that said, let's pull up something and talk about metadata and talk about how all of this comes about. Oh, this is a good subject. I love this subject. I love being neurotic about this stuff. You know why? Because now again, here's the problem with this discussion. You've got to think in a jury. Think about the dumbest person you've ever met, okay? I mean this with love, okay? No insult, but with love for all jury members. Think about the dumbest person in the world that you have ever met, Do you think if you talked about this subject, do you think they would understand it? Do you think what we just described? See, I think I could explain it. I think I could make this work. But the problem is you got to eat time with it, And a lot of lawyers will avoid something like this because it's hard for the dumbest person in the world to understand, right? So they'll avoid it. That's where you come into it. When people are asking, why don't you cover this? Why don't you cover it in the courtroom? I think I could get it across, but I don't know because the dumbest person in the world is going to be really hard to explain it to. And the people that are on juries, typically, you're not talking about your high IQ professional. High IQ professionals are usually, again, you're going to have outliers, like somebody that's in there, they want to do their civic duty, or maybe they want to get out of work for 6 weeks, whatever. But typically, you're going to be dealing with people that are mid to low IQ. You're going to be dealing with people that probably have free time. Some people will give up their job time, but typically people are not going to take 6 weeks off work. They got to work, they got to eat, they got to do their thing. So you got to have people that have that kind of time. So the jury of your peers isn't really a jury of your peers, Again, I don't consider a jury of people that are potentially dumber than mud. I don't consider them to be my peers. I'm just saying, just to be, again, not being mean about that, because they could all be outliers in this case, and hopefully they're the smartest people ever. But you have a lot of barriers. You also have language barriers. You could hear that from the juror that wanted to leave. Like he was having problems communicating. And he didn't sound like it was English first. So you wonder about nuance. That's one thing with the text messages. You wonder if that comes across, and so on. But still, for our conversation, this is very important, because the trial may be going on in the courtroom, but there's also a trial in the court of public opinion. And this trial matters too, baby. It matters big time, So, the manipulation of photo metadata. And this is about incident 12, which again, oh yeah, I forgot to pull one other thing up before we start metadata. We're gonna break down this fun subject, which I like I said, I enjoy the talk about metadata. I think it's important. Okay, so this Incident 12, by the way. Incident 12 is, again, the James Corden show incident. If you don't know the James Corden show incident, you need to look it up online, first of all. This is you can find the video of it easily. Look it up after the show, please. But you just look up James Corden and Amber Heard, and you'll find it. It'll be the first one you get. Watch, mute it if you want to. You don't have to watch it all. I can't play it here. They'll hit the channel. They've done that before because they don't want you talking about the reality of this. But you get still shots from it. Again, remember the story that we heard on the stand where she said she was assaulted downstairs. You know, he beat her, carried her by the hair, did all these horrible things, drug her up the stairs basically, ripped out huge clumps of her hair, broke her nose, blacked both of her eyes, busted her lip, sat on her back, broke a bed while he was doing that with his knee and leg while bracing in, and pummeled her until she lost consciousness. Which, interestingly, somebody brought this up, and I didn't really think about it, but this is a good question. So she said she lost consciousness, and she laid there until the next day when a friend came in, right? Rocky Pennington. And she was like, oh, my God, what happened? So, riddle me this. She said the way that she took care of her injury was makeup and icing it, right? She iced it overnight. How the hell did she ice her injury overnight if she was beaten unconscious and laying in the bed all night? Like, how do you do that? Like, is there a version of sleepwalking, like unconscious walking, you know? Because otherwise, like, again, it doesn't fit into her story. Oh, you were beaten unconscious, but sometime in the middle of the night, you got up and you prepared an ice pack and then laid back down face first in the bed? Like how does that work again? I'm very confused about that. You know, and somebody brought that up, and I was like, that's a smart question. You know, that's a very good question. Amica ice. Yes, no doctors involved, but these are the pictures in the aftermath. Okay, these are on the James Corden show, and you can tell. First of all, she has had a nose job. Like, there is no question involved. She has had a nose job. If you had a nose job too, that's your prerogative. I'm not judging you. I don't care. In fact, you do you. If something makes you happy in life, as long as you're safe. You know, as long as you're being safe in procedure, I don't care what you do. Like, to be honest, like, you know, nobody should be telling you what to do. Like, you're an adult, you do what you want to do. But you can tell that she's had a nose job. I mean, absolutely tell. I'm going to lock in on a picture of this now, too. And I want to zoom in on it just to really show you her face, because it's important before we talk about metadata and we look at the pictures in question that you understand that this is her with a busted lip. It's apparently supposedly covered with makeup, but I don't know if you can see the busted lip there. I mean, obviously it's there. That's what she says. I mean, I can't find it myself, but hey, you know. She also, you know, with that picture, it's not just a busted lip that she's claiming. She's also claiming a broken nose. And again, you know, her nose is tempered plastic. You know, that's a thing you have to remember. It's made out of plastic, so no. What's up, vermin? Infestation? If you're beaten that badly, you're likely to be unrecognizable. Damn sure no. Would have been all over the news. Oh, yeah. She would have never been. Remember, okay, the James Corden show, too. This is the next day, okay? This isn't weeks away. I should have mentioned that. I didn't make that very clear. This is the next day, right? She's on a talk show the next day. And she's saying, you know, I've had my face pummeled. I've had my head beaten, and yet makeup did this. Again, makeup cleared the swelling. Now, another thing. Now, these aren't the only pictures that are available for that day, funny enough. They're actually the tabloids took some pictures from that day, too. And let me pull those up. What's fascinating to me is in the tabloid pictures, you have an attempt to cover a face, but in the tabloid pictures, it's JD who's hiding his face. It's not her. Like here's the tabloid pictures. You'll notice JD, he's taking efforts to hide. This is her. She has on light to little makeup, you can tell. She has on some, but it's light. You can see her nose very prominently displayed. See her face. No marks, no neck marks. And again, it's not just that. You can see her demeanor, with him. Her demeanor was never one of someone that is afraid. I'm sure in your life, even if you've never been through this stuff, I'm sure that you at one time in your life have at least been afraid of someone. And when you're afraid of someone, like you're afraid that they're going to beat you into a puddle, your demeanor, it shows it. You can't help it. You can't help but you always show the signs of that. I'm going to turn on I saw some bots come up, so I'm going to turn on the 1 minute subscriber mode. Again, if you want to comment, this shouldn't really stop anybody from commenting. Just hit the subscribe button for 1 minute. It doesn't really hurt anything. It just makes sure that that the little bots can't come in and spam the chat all the hell with unsafe links. So I turned that on. But yeah, if you look at that, now there's a closer picture too. So you don't have to just use this one. There's also this picture. It's even closer of her, so it doesn't distort as badly. And when you look, the telling thing, like she's tried to sell this idea. Look, she's tried to sell the idea that line, which is just like these lines, that's a busted lip. Look at me, I got a busted lip, that proves it. And it's like, no, you don't. There's no swelling. You don't walk away without swelling. Like that's the problem, lips. But she's tried to pull that in several pictures. She's tried to say, I got a line there, therefore that's not swelling. Okay, so let's look at the metadata breakdown. All right, with all that in mind, I want you carrying all that. There's more too. There's much more. We could hammer that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this. So during that time, also, you do have somebody that does have some injury photos. You remember that guy we were talking about, Johnny Depp? Yeah, he does have injury photos from then. And you can actually see, like his aren't over embellished. Like you can see the reddening around his eye, the orbital. You can see scratching around his face where you have the bright redness. This one's hard to see because it's zoomed out, but you can see scratches around his nose. If you look at these, like I said, you can see scratching on his face. But the first one you can actually see without doing a lot of zooming or anything. You can see it around his eye. You can see impressions there, and you can see scratch marks on his face. So, again, you take that how you want, but it's fascinating that she doesn't even have the assemblage of a scratch mark on her face. Like his aren't over him. But see, the problem with hers versus his is his look like how people look, Hers, they don't look right. Her pictures, hers are more artifacts from messing around with layering and distortion. But okay, so explaining metadata, I'm going to read from some of this, and it's important discussion. I'll stop some, and we'll talk about it too. So this analysis takes an in-depth look at a report by Timothy L. Now, Timothy L. was hired, as it tells you here. He was instructed came from July 18th, 2020, and it came from NGN. Now, that was the side for Amber Heard. That wasn't the place that did that. That was Amber Heard's side. Hey, what's up, my Beavers unit? Thanks for the 20. For CG Snowballer, happy birthday. Go to the Tree of Dollar and find some fun stuff. The Tree of the Dollar. That's funny. All right, so this is prepared, though, for NGN. Okay, so News Group Newspaper did it, not JD's team, just to make sure of that. It was News Group Newspaper to provide a forensic analysis of the integrity of selected audio image files. Now, the document that they give is in two parts. Or this document right here, rather, is in two parts. The first explains the methodology used by him and will explain the shortfalls too. The second will explore the actual findings that he had and will apply his method not used so you can get a real idea of what's going on. Now, the background to his, on the 29th of January, 2020, JD disclosed to NGN photos taken May 16th, purportedly showing injuries to her face. These same photos had formerly come from JD's possession during a discovery in the Virginia libel proceedings. The photographs were accompanied by a spreadsheet showing the date and time at which all the photographs were taken. However, each time was all reporting zero. So that would be every photograph was taken at midnight. Now, on the 10th of July, she provided NGN further copies of some photographs, this time accompanied with metadata given the correct time. Now, on the same day, these copies were in turn disclosed to his lawyers as they agreed with metadata. Now, they didn't dispute the metadata. They were like, we don't dispute the discrepancy or the accuracy of the date times. We do not accept that the May 16th images have not been edited or otherwise manipulated. Now, as a consequence, NGN applied for a permission to bring in an expert and look at that. So they bring this guy in. He looks at it. The lawyers, they objected to the application on the grounds that Mr. Depp accepted that the date and the times of the metadata were correct and that the application was unnecessary because the metadata was not challenged, and that his report had considerably expanded on the application notice. Ultimately, the judge refused NGN's application to adduce the expert evidence. His grounds for doing so are given in paragraph 571 of the judgment. However, his report, it became public. Okay, so he wasn't allowed to get up on the stand and talk about it, is what he's saying. But he did make a report. That report, it became public. Let's see. Santiago, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Tug, have you received any menace from the contents you've spread? If so, you can count on me. You've threatened the whole of Hollywood system and the Me Too movement. This is an insult to real victims of IPV. Yeah, do you count? Like, again, like I said, I've tried to make this very clear. We had the cops drop in for a visit. Now, again, it was pretty informal because, we live in a small town. You know almost everyone. And they didn't send it through 911. They left a message somewhere. And that message, it talked about violence and stuff, but it didn't go through the proper channels. So we just had somebody do a spot check. But, they were pretty laid back. But still, I think that counts. We had, yesterday, so I was on Popcorn Planet, and there was a person that went behind the scenes with the Amber Heard followers, and when they did, they were looking at some of the stuff that they were doing, and yeah, it was absolutely insane. And there were a lot of threats in that stuff. They were trying to spread around, it's stuff like this, which is just nuts, but these people try to do stuff like this all the time. People know that I work in mental health, and I've worked with kid victims. So what they do is they try to damage my ability to do that, hoping they can attach my name with something terrible, like a pedophile. Like, they'll do that. So they'll come up with crazy stories. Like, they were okay. Here's one. Here's one that they were trying to spread. So, and they were all getting together and trying to come up with these. So they were saying that I had met my wife when she was like a teenager, like a young teenager, because I was a guidance counselor. I've never been a guidance counselor, first of all. Never worked in that. But and they were using my real name, like I said, so they could attach this. And that I met her as a guidance counselor, and that you can see what's there. You can see the accusation there. Now, myself, I met my wife when I was in college. She's younger than me. We're all adults, but she is younger than me. But still, we met in college. I was not a therapist at the time at all. That's why I was there in college. I was going to there. Like I said, I met her. I met her as an adult. I didn't know her as a kid. We didn't live around each other. None of that. But they were trying to damage your ability because now they don't understand mental health and the fact that you have to have a background check to work in mental health. You have to have a background check for it every year. You don't just have it one time, you have it every year to make sure that nothing comes up. But they were trying to be damaging like that. They were putting together plots to attach some of the worst words to you. Because again, the listen and believe crowd, they don't have to actually, they want to weaponize. That's why people want to listen and believe, because it benefits them. It will benefit whatever they do. So that was something they were doing, yeah. I would consider that to be ugly and nasty. And what really, the ugliness in that is it's not just ugly toward me and my family and depriving my kids of money and food and everything else, a job, but yeah, it's ugly towards the people that I provide services for. Because those people, I mean, they get TennCare, and without TennCare support, like there's very few people that'll provide TennCare support. But anyway, way off topic. Let's see. All right, so he provides this report, okay? Now, in that, he says, all right, here's his breakdown, actually, the scope of his project. So his report comprises the forensic analysis of the May 16th photos, the December 2015 photos, and the Boston Plain audio recording. This document, however, focuses on his findings in respect to the December 2015 photos, in which he was instructed by the NGN Council to address based on available metadata, dates and time each picture was taken, address with reference to the metadata for 2015 December images, what probability these images have been subject to editing, enhancement, and manipulation, address the nature of editing, enhancement, and manipulation which has or may have occurred in relation to December 2015, and address the basis on which he reached the conclusion. Now, crucially and unfortunately, he was also instructed to specifically assess whether the metadata was edited, modified, or otherwise manipulated, rather than a question of the photos themselves showing evidence of edits, enhancements, or manipulations. Now, that's a key there. What it's saying is he just looks at the tags, and he says, based on the tags, were they edited versus based on the pictures themselves. Like if you look at them and you look at artifacting or other things in the pictures that just don't make sense. Hence, he could not visually examine photos as part of his determination. Like he wouldn't compare photo to photo and do other things. Now, avoidance of detection. Now, in his summary of how to avoid detection of edits, all of that, he explains that such changes could not be performed using a built-in iPhone functionality. And he also says that an individual would require a high level of user sophistication and deep understanding of all of these different things in order to do that. Now, he adds that to avoid detection, now, this is not true, by the way, and we'll talk about how in just a second here, but he says an individual would first have to create an extraction of an image. They would have to use a photo editing application to alter it. They would have to follow by metadata editing application, and they'd have to go through all these steps, right? In short, what he explains is that if an individual wished to change the time at which a photo was taken, and then he and she would require not only to change the associated metadata value, but would also need to know how to know all the other metadata where the same timestamp had been stored, etc., etc. So the shortfalls of that, though, now having read through it, it says, my understanding of his methodology is that his software only reviewed and compared metadata values across same image fields, but not across two or more images. So it's looking at 1-to-1 ratios. All right, this would be a huge problem. If you're looking at photos like I showed you before, remember those photographs from 2015 where they have some from the 16th and the 18th, and one of them you can tell is supposed to be a series in the 16th? That one, you can tell there's a problem, like I said. But he's only comparing one image to one image. So if he ran across that image, he wouldn't compare it in conjunction with the others. Now, If so, the node metadata discrepancy would be found in the following examples, where the metadata from image file number 2, let's just say, showed it had been taken before 1. So if a later file was taken before an earlier file, which would be sign of manipulation, he wouldn't catch that. Where the metadata of both 1 and 2 show them to be taken 2 seconds apart, but say the location, one was in Paris and one was let me see. What's that other place that she lived? Not under the sea. Where was it? I'm trying to think. She lived in this one place. It had a weird sound. It was something like, oh yeah, the toilet. No, you wouldn't know though. If say the toilet, #MePoo, versus the town of Meepoo in Toilet USA, if that was compared to Paris, he wouldn't catch that. He also, where the images were on 2 different iPhones, he wouldn't be able to catch that either. Now, where objects of seen in the background of one photo are missing from another photo, he wouldn't be able to catch that. Another major shortfall is his instructions could not visually compare images as part of his analysis. This instruction would prevent the detection of discrepancies where metadata was not consistent with the visual images. So take this for example. If a dark unlit photo where metadata showed a flash to have been triggered, he wouldn't be able to catch that. Okay, a copy of a photo showing a visual difference to its original. Okay, a night picture. The metadata says, hey, you took this at midnight, but it's lit up like, the 4th of July. It's obviously like at noon. He wouldn't be able to catch that. A photo showing Buckingham Palace followed by the Eiffel Tower, where the metadata takes them only seconds apart. If you took picture 1, 2, he wouldn't be able to catch that. A landscape orientation photo where the metadata shows the orientation to portrait. Couldn't catch that. You see the problems. These are glaring problems with the way that they looked at it. That's what's pointing out here. Now, the flaws in his premise, in his image manipulation methods. He appeared to have conducted his analysis on the broad premise that any manipulation of photo, image, or metadata he analyzed was carried out at and near the time the photograph was taken. See, that's a problem right there, because what he's thinking here, if you don't turn the photographs over until 2019, what keeps you from, first of all, okay, if you took the photographs, rather, in 2016, but you don't have to turn them over until 2019, what keeps you from manipulating those tags in 2019? Like, why would you have to manipulate them in 2016? So he's looking at certain numbers in that. 1972, thanks for 20. She lied on the stand, saying she slapped him only once on the stairs with her sister, but she said to have slapped him while fighting in the kitchen. Hope jury caught it. By body language person here. Yeah, there's a lot of people that, there's a lot of discrepancies in her violence and other stories. Like, again, that's the problem with embellishing stories. That's the problem with taking a lot of photographs and trying to sell them, too. The bigger the lie, you can control a lie. It's just like the metadata thing. It's easier to control a lie when there's only a few pieces of said lie. But when it balloons to the point that you have to keep up with every little thing, it causes you problems, big problems. So, in respect to the examination of 2016 photographs, he reported under the title of My Investigations that in May 2016, there were 3 methods by which photos could have been edited, enhanced, manipulated, particularly on the iPhone handset. He thereafter sets out 3 methods. Now, later in his report of the examination of what we're talking about here, Incident 8, he writes that the 3 methods by which photos could have been manipulated, edited, enhanced, or manipulated on a device, particularly on the iPhone handset, May 2016, are the same methods by which they could have been in 2015. As such, I followed the same analysis for December 2015. However, this is a highly flawed premise, as any manipulation could have been taken place at any time up until the photographs were provided to his lawyers, or Mr. Depp's lawyers, during the Virginia trial discovery process. JD filed his Virginia complaint for libel against her on April 1st, 2019, and would have received copies of the December 15th photographs soon after that. As such, his analysis should have included any type of method to manipulate data all the way up to 2019. He shouldn't have just assumed that the manipulation, it could have stopped in May. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? If you're looking at methods that are available to try to manipulate data, again, if the person could have manipulated it, they take a picture, you don't assume that they just could have manipulated it that month if they don't turn it over for 3 years. They can manipulate it any time whatsoever, right? Anytime. Hey, Raquel, what's up? Tug, whoop, whoop. Hello, Tug and chat. Have a wonderful day or night filled with smiles and laughter. Indeed. I'm going to laugh at all this stupid in this document. At this very factor is later highlighted in his own report, where he concludes any editing of the trial bundle versions would have been on or after the 6th of October, 2018. So again, he even points this out. He's like, well, any editing could have came after that, but it couldn't have ever happened. Now, preventing detection. The biggest flaw in his analysis is the conclusion that an individual would require a metadata editing application to update and or remove specific internal metadata fields. After having altered the photo, or after altering the image through the photo editing program. And that both steps would require sophistication and a deep understanding. A digital image file essentially comprises of two parts, okay? The image and the metadata. Now, he concludes that if one wishes to alter the time at which a photo is taken, for example, the individual will require a tool to do so, and also knowledge of what other fields to change accordingly. He concludes much of the same should the individual also want to alter the actual image. If she did not pose the know-how to use a tool to change photo metadata without detection, then other methods are available. Here, for example, fabricating a scene. They're going to talk about different ways to fabricate. This is how their whole setup, what they apply is wrong. And this is how you could manipulate metadata when you're talking about it. Hey, Chelsea Payne, thanks for the $4.49. You're doing an amazing job. I'm sorry for you and your whole family becoming a target for vile herd stands and their psychotic behavior. You're winning. Yeah, I'm not worried about the nut jobs too much myself. They are what they are. I mean, we've dealt with nut jobs from other things that I've covered as well. Just not just a level. Like, these people are very crazy. Like the Hollywood crazies are very crazy. So, but I mean, it is what it is, It is beautiful that you can monetize them. Sometimes I have a habit of poking that beehive with a stick too. So here's method one. You could do that. One simple method that requires no expertise. So this is how you could change your metadata. You would put the mobile phone into flight mode. That means it would sever all internet connectivity. You would turn off the geolocation only if the phone is not at the desired location. So if you sever the internet connection, if you're not at the right place, say I'm in the outback and I want to look like I'm from what was that city again? Oh yeah, #MeToo. Then I can't help myself some days. Then I could turn off the geolocation and then manually set the phone to the desired date and time. Does that sound difficult? Right? Hit the flight mode button. Turn off your geolocation tag. If you're not there, if you're there, it doesn't matter. And then manually set the phone to the desired date and time. Thereafter, the scene can be staged as required and the photo taken using the date, soft, time-adjusted phone. They would leave no anomalies within the metadata value. So you see how easy? That doesn't take any expertise whatsoever. And that is a huge problem because people assume that manipulation of metadata is a difficult thing when it's not. It's actually a very easy process. A very easy process. Becky, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Bravo. Thank you. Now, in the 7 months and 10 days between her separation with Mr. Depp and the date by which she was ordered to vacate Penthouse 3, she could have quite simply fabricated any scene within Penthouse 3 or 4. And therefore set the appropriate time and date on her iPhone, put it in flight mode, but with the geolocation on, and then taken desired photos. And that's true, by the way. If you look at some of the other, we'll go back to that in a second, but if you look at some of the other filings, again, you can tell, like, you've got to think the place didn't change that much when she had access to it. She's sitting inside of that. She has unfettered access to the home. The home looks pretty much the same way the home has always looked. Like if you look at the realtor photographs, I mean the place is again pretty much the same as it always was. You know, if you look at when they're showing the home off versus, but she is by herself. There's no JD or anyone else to run into, so she could just lock the door, or she could have friends come over or whatever, and they could just take pictures. And they didn't have to take pictures on the day that the metadata says. So them claiming that their pictures were taken on December 15th, 2015, that doesn't mean anything. Because again, she wasn't ordered to vacate the premises of the home until December 31st. So JD leaves in May, and she gets to stay until December. Again, you see a problem there, right? Like she can set up anything she wants, and it's very easy. All she would have had to do for that setup would be to put the phone in flight mode, keep the geolocation turned on, and then play around with she would have to set the appropriate date time. Because when I go into my phone and I manually set my date time to whatever I want, my metadata is not smart enough to understand that I've gone in and I've changed anything up. Now, we know from the stipulated judgment, dissolution of marriage, that the court ordered. So you see the evacuation parts. We also know that as of the 9th of September 2013, when the Penthouse 3 photo was taken by the realtor, its appearance remained essentially unchanged. Here's 2 different photographs, just to give you an idea of how things looked in the before and after, right? Like here is the realtor photo, and here are the people sitting on the couch, goofing off, doing the thing, or whatever. I mean, again, it's essentially the same setup in the home. If you're smart about it, like you can see the lamps are the same, you have the same kind of book stacks. Again, it's gonna take a lot to notice that. And remember, before that, that's the realtor coming in and straightening it. Before that, if you're staying in a small area, like when she sets up her photographs, it's even worse too, okay? Because like if you look at the background on the photographs that she presents, these things are so nondescript in certain points. Like here, let me show you this. All right. If I were going to defraud, like if I were going to set up a fake picture, with this picture right here, all I have to do is have the same background in a picture. I don't have to have anything else attached to it. And the same goes for so many other pictures that she took. Look, no background, so I don't see anything there. No background. Could have taken that anywhere, yeah. Here, you can see the room layout, but everything disappears. That has the bookshelf behind it. Again, you have very simple items. Bathrooms probably didn't really change, and so on. I mean, again, you see the problem there. She has very minimal backgrounds. It's very controllable, especially if you are setting out to intentionally fake something. And it looks like she did fake. She definitely, again, there are definite issues with metadata. There are definite ones. Like I talked about a couple, but there are a lot more that are attached to. I mean, they're hard to ignore. Very hard to ignore. Cheryl R., thanks for the 5. Maybe the court needs to only accept original photos from camera cards or from phone files. Well, they're supposed to go through and look at that. Here's the issue, though. The courts rarely look at that and say there's a problem. What they do is they expect you, as somebody that's, having that pointed at you, they expect you to point out there's a problem. See, so if you don't go in and you don't object to something, if you don't go in and say, we don't want to accept that, if you allow it to go in, then that's kind of your bad, and that does make sense. I mean, if you agree to let something in, if you're not arguing the validity of it, then, I mean, why would the court have a problem with it? Like that wouldn't make sense at all, right? The court, I mean, they shouldn't really be arguing with stuff that, again, like if there's nobody else arguing about the validity, why would the court question it in any way? And like I said, I think that makes sense too. You wouldn't want them doing that. But anyway, so photos, rugs, you see all the difference. And again, that came from incredibly average's videos are amazing, by the way. Like I was telling people that if you want to really get a feel for how this trial has gone, just step back 2 years. Go find where a YouTuber like myself, I did a video pretty much a day as we rolled forward. If you want to watch this trial come together and you want to watch everything come together with it, just go watch from there. You'll see every filing come in. I cover everything as it comes in, No, I don't use titles that say, this filing versus that, or Amber Heard files, because that's not how YouTube works. YouTube, you can't find anything that way. Nobody will find your work. Lilith, thanks for 5. I keep falling asleep on your lives now because of the different time zone. 2:15 a.m. over here in Amsterdam. I'm trying to stay awake. Yeah, I moved back a little bit because, we have people that are streaming over each other. Like, I don't want to stream over Popcorn Planet. Like, I like Andy. Like, I don't, I mean, I work anyway, so I need to stream it at probably 5 my time, but I pushed back a little bit further to give him a little more time to do his thing. But it does, I mean, at my time, like I said, through Monday through Friday, it's work anyway. Although if the trial's in the daytime, we'll cover it. But yeah, I mean, I understand that too. So replace the image, not the metadata. Here's a method too. Another method that would require knowledge but not expertise is to simply change the image of a photo rather than change its metadata. For example, an individual can select an existing electronic image and use it to replace an image on a mobile phone photograph that already contains the desired metadata. This would enable an individual user to purchase an iPhone, for example. So you could go out, buy your own phone. Once operational, they could put the phone into flight mode. They turn off the geolocation, and then they set manually date and time. Then simply take a photograph in a similar manner to what you wanted to mimic. Similar setting, do whatever with you want to it there. It's got to have it needs to, one that will replace it. It's got to be similar in the settings, but when you're talking about phone settings, that's typically the same anyway if you're just using default settings. And then in this way, all metadata value would be set in accordance with the native iPhone software and would be consistent with the visual replacement image. The subject of the image is of no consequence. Then on a PC or Mac, use whatever choice of software. Replacement image can be edited or manipulated as required. And then after copying that taken photograph, a tool can be used to replace the image of the photo with the altered image. So you could go in, you could take a photograph of a tuna fish sandwich on a counter and turn it into a photograph of, somebody kicking another person. Yeah, she called Johnny's kids weirdos. That was weird. That was a bizarre thing to say. Well, they were weirdos, but I loved them. I was like, what the? Okay. Dennis thinks if I keep the good content in all seriousness, so what will the outcome be? Watching from Ireland, we don't know. I think he has a good chance of winning, but it's an uphill battle. So, that's the problem with a question like that. I mean, it boils down to a jury, and you don't know how the jury's going to think. And again, this is challenging a societal mindset. So, I'm hoping that it's a win. I think there's enough information out there to prove that this was a hoax, but it's not in what you know, it's what you can prove. I'm sure you've heard that before. So now, proof of method. To prove this method, he said he actually performed the above tasks while using my own mobile phone. I put my mobile phone in flight mode and manually set the date forward to December 18th, 2021. I then took a picture of a blank wall with the intention of swapping the photo image with another photo I had taken on September 11th, 2021 to create a fake photo containing the image of photo 2 with the metadata of photo 1. So you can see, he's taking one of these and he's going to manipulate the data with it. He actually does his own manipulation. I'm not going to go through the how all of that comes together, unless, you can. That's a lot of description on. I think that's a little too in depth. Like some people might enjoy that, but it's way too in depth. I do like that he tells us his methodology though. Josh, thanks for the 5. Can you hit on Stephen Duder's text? He said he didn't send. What do you mean he said he didn't send? He sent some text to her. They went over them in the UK 2020 trial. But they're not allowed to go over them because of the judge not allowing hearsay in. That was the issue. But he did talk about all of that. I mean, they're all in the 2020 trial. It's just since he didn't testify, they didn't bring him in, and it's considered hearsay. So they kept him out, which was smart. Now, so they go through again, and they show you. They can take the image like this, and they can take the photo data, they can make it the same. And again, what they did is they took this picture here and they made it the same as a blank wall. It makes it look like it's the exact same picture according to metadata. And they did it with a very easy shift. It wasn't, like I said, they tell you about it. It was a very simple walkthrough. Now you could also, here's a very easy method to get around. Photograph a printout. The even more basic way in which to alter metadata would be to create a large, high-quality print of the altered image and then simply take a photograph of it after having changed the photo time and setting as explained. If care is taken to prevent glare, reflection, etc., it's nearly impossible to visually detect the photo is a printout. So you can go in, you can make that, but nobody will know. So part 2, examination of metadata. Before examining photographs for any inconsistencies, we will first examine the metadata. So now here's where you run into, this is their own admission. This is NGN again. This is not him. This is NGN. So from the trial bundle, he found 20 images, one or more following metadata inconsistencies, missing geolocation metadata. Often editing software will strip that out of it. They're incorrect software metadata that does not conform to Apple iOS version 9. That means it wouldn't have been taken on the, it would either be editing or it would have not been taken in on the device that she owned at the time. Additional third-party metadata fields. So you look at this. So here's the pictures, right? Look at all of them that have metadata inconsistencies. They have problems. Like that's an issue right there. All of these photographs, they have problems except for 2 in the middle. CJT Rex thanks for the vibe. I am sure that here not complying will be in the jury instructions to hopefully ignore all photos submitted by her or sway them to ignore them. I don't know. It depends on it depends on what if the judge rules. See, they had like I was saying in the beginning, they had an arbitrator, right? An arbitrator, JD they were court assigned, but JD has to pay for them. They cost him $40,000. So just to be able to look at those pictures, he had to pay a person to help arbitrate all of this again, to get it going. And again, it cost $40,000 to put together there. They apparently didn't do anything for them throughout that portion. They didn't push the discovery of a metadata or whatever. They didn't actually push her to turn it over. And that seems kind of crazy, doesn't it? Hey, Terry, thanks for the 2. You sent a clip of Johnny Tailspin Chew. Yeah, about the Botox. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that one. Saw it yesterday, actually. Somebody else brought it up in a yesterday thing. Thank you for telling me, too. Like I said, when people bring up stuff, I do appreciate it. So, look at that again. You see all the missing. Oh, man. Let's see. So, look at that. Only 2. Only 2. I think that's nuts. As part of adding new fields, they talk about like how Photoshop would work in that, such changes are described. He added, he called like addition of third-party metadata fields in regard to missing geolocation metadata. He makes the point in his report to say often editing software can strip those geolocation tags away, but he asserts that a lack of geolocation-specific metadata as a feature is not a pure indication that the image has been altered. More significantly, he concludes that one or more of the photo images indicate incorrect software metadata that does not conform to Apple iOS version 9. Such inconsistencies may well relate to the illicit manipulation of metadata or of the image. So they're telling you, big problem there. It's fake, and yet. Now, in his chart, again, he provides a single column entitled third-party metadata fields, and the second column titled metadata inconsistencies to indicate images with both missing geolocation metadata and inconsistent software metadata. This is unfortunate as it cannot be established from the single column exactly which images contained inconsistent software metadata as opposed to, or maybe both. It's also unfortunate that he does not include in his report the actual values of the metadata fields or nor the times at which they were created. Such inclusion would have established the nature of such additions and also established the additions were carried out were carried out by her legal team. It's perfectly feasible that her legal team may have made some modifications. So, again, when you're looking at that, who did it? That's another question. Finbar, thanks for the 2. Should courts have stricter rules on photo data? I think they should have stricter rules on a lot of things, personally. Amy Terry, thanks for the 2. Thumbs up and smiley face. Appreciate that. Yeah, make sure that you like and tell people we're on here if you would. Now, his analysis showed that 18 images showed that there were no metadata inconsistencies He's later established that 18 of the trial bundle contained metadata inconsistencies that did not exist on equivalent image copies taken by her. In his report, he states that photos from the iPad 10.5 were created on or after the 6th of October, and thereby concludes any editing of the trial bundle versions would have been altered after or on, or that's supposed to be after October 18th. Now, as many people pointed out, if you look at when those photographs were created, there's a glaring problem in the idea that anything happened with an iPad 10.5. An iPad did not come out. So this iPad that they're talking about, the iPad 10.5, it was not available at the time. Like, it did not exist at the time that the photographs that AH was taking were actually produced. So that, I mean, that's a big problem. It is evident from his initial analysis that all December 2015 photographs were taken using an iPhone 6. Hence, the date of the 6th of October 2018 refers to the time at which the original files were exported to and stored on the iPad Pro. See, look, source here. See that? iPad Pro. Unfortunately, having discovered that changes were made to the images that his remit did not allow him to visually compare corresponding images or to report on any differences between them. Now, the new guy, Brian N. Newmeister, he's the one that works for Johnny Depp. He's the one that asked for everything, got nothing. He's the one that complained. Kayla, thanks for 279. Can you do a Zoom? Have some major points as you have. I don't do Zoom meetings. I don't use Zoom. I actually use StreamYards, and I don't really do, again, guests that sit up here and talk that much. You know, it's just not my thing very much. I don't enjoy it very much. I would rather go over like what's there, and it keeps me on my task. That's usually what I do. But I mean, some other people, they like to do that. Like Andy likes to have people on and stuff, which is, you know, he makes good shows like that. I look at the way I look at live streams is I see what you guys are talking about as we go through, and I consider you the guests on the show. You know, you're like my however thousand many guests show up. That's the way I look at it. So Brian Newmeister is the guy that JD hires to go through. He ends up with a motion to compel, and it's good to have somebody that was supposed to look at him. However, he didn't really get his job done there. You know. Now here's issues like here. Like, look at this. You can tell. Like, these are some of the issues that you could have caught without. These are not metadata issues. Like, stuff like this ticks me off. Look at this. This is not a bruise. Look at it. That is not a bruise. That is makeup running down someone's face. You can tell. Like, they got hot or, whatever. Their eye watered. It couldn't be a tear because she can't cry. Heather Painter, thanks for the 10. And the super sticker, thank you for that. I like that super sticker. I think that was funny, too. I used to love Popcorn Planet, but I can't stand the woman that's always on now. I mean, I like his coverage there. I mean, it's gone over with a lot of people, too. It's resonated with a lot of people, I don't like to... again, I don't have any negatives toward Andy. Like, he's always been supportive of what I do. If I've ever needed anything, he's been on my side there. That's what, ultimately, that's how you should judge people. When the chips are down, would they help you? Because sometimes you need that. And yes, he will bring attention to it. People like Yellow Flash, Ricada, those guys will. I always judge it by that. But yeah, look at those makeup runs. Josh, thanks for the 5. Oh, okay. I thought he said texts were doctored or something. I do tattoo and photo manipulating. Could make anyone look like they got beat in 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, yeah. Of course. Like, it'd be so easy to manipulate. I mean, you know, Amber Heard even has some background where she's been in effects, like movies, you know, with practicals. So she's actually, you know, I mean, she's been around, Zombieland, and I mean, a few other movies too. But, you know, she's been around practicals. Like, she probably knows about some makeup application, you know. Amy Terry thinks with 5 eyes. So Amber used her time machine to get an iPad. Yep. Melania Cosmetics, she did. She's like, she was like, forget Sarah Connor. We're going to go get some makeup, baby. We're going to get us another one. Fast Flash, thanks for 5. Remind me, is it Godzilla 1998? Flash's favorite Godzilla movie? Indeed, indeed. He has a back tattoo of it. Didn't you hear about that? So Yellow Flash, actually, you should ask him about this, folks. He has a... Have you ever seen the movie Cape Fear, where you have the big scales of justice? Well, he has a kind of a tattoo on his back like that, but it's a Godzilla 1998. It's like fish on one side and baby Godzilla on the other. I don't remember exactly, but it's strange. Just giving him a hard time. By the way, nobody believe that, please. Now look, here's the makeup issues. Look, here's her dry eye versus wet eye. Like, see that? Dry eye. Oh, don't have any issues here. We're good to go. No runs. You can see where the makeup, it's all good to go. Then you can see, like, she has a moist eye. You see the moisture there? It runs down a little bit, and you can trace it from her eyeball. Look, it's slaloming down her face. Nice. You consider we're the guest. Yeah, you know, like when you're there, like what I do is it's like this. Look, I'll show you how I have this set up. So you can't see it when I lock the screen on, but when I'm looking at things, I look at it like this. So I have the chat over here on the side. So I watch what the chat talks about. Sometimes I'll get, like if I'm monologuing or something, I get caught up in what I'm doing, but I also cry after you're done. Yeah, your eyes will water from stuff. I mean, you could have it from anything. It could even be the makeup, you know, causing your eyes issues. You know, it's Heard would not have edited her photographs to create makeup runs. It is likely she did not illicitly manipulate any of the December 15th visual images, and hence it's why Mr. Neumeister is mostly concerned with what changes may have been made to the metadata, time and location. All right, so when you start going through, again, you can look through tabling and stuff. All right, now there's irrefutable proof of metadata manipulation on all incident 12 photographs. Okay, so this section talks about it. Timeline of photographs. Now, according to her sixth witness statement, all photographs, again, as I was talking about, are taken by one specific or two specific people, either by herself or by Miss Pennington. And all subsequent photographs, the injuries, are taken by her. So again, broken crap, Pennington or Amber Heard, injuries, all Pennington. All right. So you can see all the difference. You know, these photographs are taken on my phone by me. So you have that. Right. Now, from his table, it can be seen that the earliest of these photos was taken on 10/41, the 16th of December, and the last was taken on the 18th. Again, you can see beginning to end. This places her in the penthouse over 3 consecutive days. She would have been there Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, right? She would have taken 14 pictures on Wednesday, 7 pictures on Thursday, 1 picture on Friday. Now, below are excerpts from her witness statement pertaining only to her whereabouts during those days, okay? So, on this occasion, Amber asked me to come over, check her place out. I could see that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out. I then took photographs where my phone were their injuries. I photographed Amber's face and took photographs of the apartment. I then went upstairs and took photographs. So, okay, you have the breakdown there. Now, in paragraph 23, she also, of her above statement, she testifies the next day Amber had an appearance on the James Corden show. However, the James Corden show took place on the evening of December the 16th, and thereby her testimony places the date at which she and Heard took 14 of the photographs. That would have been on the 15th, not the 16th, okay? Because the way she says it, we come over, we photograph, we do all of this stuff, and then the next day she's going to have a James Corden show. So her own words say that she actually took that stuff on the 15th. Now, below are 3 of the photographs described in her testimony. All are shown to be taken on the 16th. Okay, now below is an excerpt of Heard's first witness statement pertaining only to her whereabouts during Incident 12. This happened on the night of the 15th of December, 2015. So she goes through, what's supposed to be going on. The bed frame splintered. I don't remember anything after that until my friend came in the room and said, "Oh my God, oh 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 my God." I wasn't in the bed, but on the floor, and Johnny had left. Such a stupid narrative. I swear to God, her narratives just irritate me too. Do you ever read something and you think, do you think I'm that effing stupid? Do you ever think that with these stories? Do you really think that we're that stupid? I get that she thinks she's smarter than all of us, but she really, really thinks that we're stupid. All of us. Because she thinks she's just clowning you. It's astounding. That level of disrespect for the people that are looking at this just astounds me. So she goes through, and then we took photographs of the splintered bed, etc. And the next day, I would be on the James Corden show, or James Corden show would be there the next day. So again, she's telling you that she took this stuff on the 15th. Both of them. That's the point to saying all of that, right? So both of them have created the impossible scenario of 14 photographs having been taken on the 15th, but the metadata showing they were taken on the 16th. That doesn't work. NGN's testimony, too, for the NGN about the dates. So you have the arrival talked about, blah, 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 and then the following day with James Corden. In Mr. Depp's testimony, there is no testimony of what time JD left the apartment on the 15th. However, an approximate time can be established from NGN's closing submissions. The below texts were sent by her on the 15th are included in there. It said, at certain time, "Hey there. Anyway, you could see me earlier on Thursday. I had an incident tonight, Jody." So there's her. She's setting him up, man. You know what? You want to know how you can tell that she's setting him up too? She starts bringing James Franco in. And James Franco, okay, just hear me out with this. James Franco, okay, you have this set up. Let me bring up something. It's a little off-brand, but not really. It ties into the whole idea of manipulation, and it's not metadata manipulation, but it's a manipulation too. So here we are. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up something here. So James Franco, on the 15th, all of this is around 15th, and she's texting her publicist, talking about blah, blah, blah. I had an incident or whatever. Well, here she has her intimate relationship list, including Johnny. And you notice she lists this. Johnny, then it goes to JF, that would be James Franco, and then it goes to Elon Musk. So here she lists December 2015. We got close. We got close, huh? Now, you have another incident instance that is mentioned for 5/9/2016 at the bottom of this nurse's note. Yes, it's blurry. There's always people who point out, "Hey, that's blurry. Can you unblur it?" No, they're screenshots from where they're live. Like I'll take a screenshot and I'll post it to Twitter. So I'm taking a screenshot of I'm just clipping a screenshot. I'm snapshotting. I'm not taking an actual screenshot. So I snapshot, I put it on Twitter, and it de-reses it. It gets worse each time. So by the time you end up with it, it's going to be blurry. But you can still read it somewhat. And it says on 5/9/2016, at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. She was doing illicit drugs with him at the time. So JD didn't know. Now, that's James Franco. You can just tell from the timeline that she's introduced herself to James Franco. They're doing their thing. 5/9, he's over doing drugs with her. And the reason for that is because she's banging him by now. She's absolutely banging him. She's banging other people too, but she's banging James Franco right there because she's going to bring him over on 05/22. That'll be the day after JD leaves. She was going to use him as a witness to her face being beaten. That was the plan. She always planned on weaponizing James Franco. I'm just telling you. You can tell. Like it just shows up. People are so transparent in their methodology sometimes, and she's very transparent there. Eugene Knight, thanks for the hive. People are using JD right now to scam people on YouTube, claiming it's a live feed and the barcode. Yeah, I've seen that actually. You know, there are so many scams though. There are so many scams that involve it. Like again, I did a video at one time. It was somebody somebody sent me a bunch of screenshots of JD supposedly, wanting to contact them. JD, he's talking to them lovingly, telling them all this nice soft talk and stuff. And then he starts asking for iTunes cards, because that's here it is. Actually, I have a video of that. Check this out. It's actually pretty funny. I spend a lot of time like goofing off with it. But I'll show you that. Okay, I'll show you a little bit of it. I won't show it all to you. Ezra Miller getting arrested again, too. It's funny. I thought that was good. I love the fact that Ezra Miller was supposed to be Johnny Depp's replacement. So, yeah, people keep bringing up the scammer. Well, here you go. Check this out real fast. I made this video. It's a while back, but it's a longer video, but we'll watch a minute of it or so. Check this out. So apparently there are fake Johnny Depp accounts trying to prey on people utilizing the hashtag justice for Johnny. See, look at here. Okay, let me go back. Johnny Depp accounts trying to prey on. Look, what did I say? Johnny, you couldn't fly to Seattle? He's like, I hope you don't mind if I call you my queen. He's like, your queen. Dang, Johnny. Johnny. You could have any famous actress that's beautiful and successful. I'm a nobody. I will try very soon. Having court issues with my ex. This is supposed to be Johnny Depp utilizing the hashtag justice for Johnny. See, apparently, Johnny Depp, guess so, but I'm kind of in a private area, so settling court issues, and so, but it's not the U.S. This is London. I'm not sure I'll be able to get what I wanted. I wanted you to get what you wanted me to get. What would you me to get you? If anything, you ought to know it. What, Johnny? Ha ha ha! It's iTunes cards. Johnny Depp needs you to buy him some iTunes cards. Oh, it hurts me inside. I love this. Oh my God. Holy crap. That is amazing. Oh, Lord. Johnny, the person doing like talking here knows they're being scammed. They're just playing with this person. I mean, this is a scammer. They're like, What would you want me to get you, if anything? You ought to know, baby. What, Johnny? Haha. It's iTunes cards. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. It's so funny. Oh, it hurts me. It hurts me inside. Oh, let's watch a little bit. He needs iTunes card desperately, and he would love you long time for that information. Johnny, what-eyed if I say I love your personality, love face. Response, what I'd say, Johnny, you couldn't fly to Seattle. Johnny, hope you don't mind if I call you my queen. Heart, smiley face. Response, your queen. Dang, I mean, Johnny, you can have any famous actress that's beautiful and successful. I'm a nobody. Johnny, I will try very soon. You know, having court issues with my ex. Response, for sure, Johnny. I mean, would you actually, though? Johnny, I wouldn't mind knowing more about you. Oh, Johnny Derp, you are bringing the Derp's thunder on it. Today, we're going to look at this and more. Now, all joking aside, too, they also bring up, though, this. What's your view on child abuse and trafficking? I guess you must find it disturbing. And then let's see, I thought they had another statement on there, too. Wasn't it? So, hey there. Now, it's fun. Anyway, like, there's a whole message chain of it. I mean, it's amazing. Oh my God, it's so amazing. If you guys want to watch some of that, do you all want to watch some more of that for a minute? Before we talk about it today, you want to watch a little bit more of Johnny Derp here? Johnny Derp's amazing. I love him. He's so funny. Yeah. All right, this is a video. By the way, this is one of my videos. I did make wow, man, this is an older video, but here's the link. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. If you want that video, like, they just tag it up later. It's share it around. Like, this should be a lesson. If Johnny Depp is texting you and he asks you, first of all, if he's texting you, it's not Johnny Depp, okay? Because he's not. I can tell you with certainty that Johnny Depp is not really goofing off online doing that kind of stuff. He's not going to be messaging you through something. Maybe you and him could message after a little while, but he's not tech savvy. He's not going to go online. He doesn't play online and stuff, okay? I know that for a fact. Like, that's not part of who he is. Like, he doesn't have that. And again, you can see that, but I know for a fact that that's not stuff he does. He doesn't play online, okay? Anyway. Johnny Derp and the laugh track that is ensuing. Now, to give our boy Johnny some credit here, he's been putting in the work for a while, trying to so he's been putting in the work too. You know, he's been talking about all kinds of stuff here. Convince the person that he's talking to that he's the legit deal. Johnny, honey, I can't put my name now. It's only you. Am messaging currently with this account. Reply, okay. Johnny, please do well to report any impersonators. Am working with the FBI to catch any fake. Look how bad this person can't even spell. Like, could you imagine Johnny Depp there? He's like, but this scammer is so like, to sell this, that he's like, hey, baby, this is the real Johnny Depp. If you run into any other Johnny Depps, report them. I mean, these iTunes scammers, they're hardcore on each other, I guess. Accounts. Reply, I don't report people that haven't done anything wrong. To Keth. Now, Johnny, unfazed by the fact that he can't spell, starts into yonder mating ritual. So what are you doing now? Reply, oh, well, I'm just chilling. Can you send me a selfie here? Johnny, so tell me, which of my movies is your favorite? Reply, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I aspire to be as witty and sarcastic as Willy Wonka. Ha ha. You're doing a great job, by the way. You were burning him up. Johnny, really, that would be cool, darling. Laugh face, smiley face. Dating complete. Now, later on, Johnny, he decides that the groundwork is laid so he can ask for pictures here. So, okay, waiting for that picture. Heart, ooh, glittery heart. Wow, you are so beautiful, darling. Heart, hard eyes, smiley face, hard eyes. You see a picture come through in reply. Ha ha. Thank you. Johnny, are you married? Are you married, baby? Reply, no, Johnny, no. Johnny, really, such a beautiful queen like this. Heart, smiley face. Beautiful queen, baby. Reply, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm not married. One of my exes was a producer. Johnny, what I'd if I say I love your personality. What I if I say indeed, baby. Response. What? I love that this guy cannot spell. I love that about it. I love the fact that, again, you can tell this is somebody that's they are definitely not operating with, it's probably not English first, but beyond that, some scammers you run into. My wife, to tell you how bad the scammers are sometimes, my wife had a scammer hit her up with a check cashing scam. And what it was is we were selling it was a brand new image printer. We had it. We didn't need it. I got it at I forget how I got it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So we were selling it, and somebody mailed us a fake check, right? And it's for more money than it's supposed to be there for. So what they want you to do is go to cash your check. You put it in, and of course, oh my God, it's for more money than it is. Now, it's going to bounce in your bank account, but what they want you to do is send some money back. So my wife, of course, we know this is a scam. So this person contacts us. Hey, did you get my check? And my wife was like, yeah, I did this. And she keeps delaying reasoning why she can't send them back their money. And one day, like she's being flagrant about it. One day she says, I can't do it because my cat got ran over. And the guy, the scammer, was like, really? Can you send me a picture of your dead cat? I was like, oh my God. So we took a stuffed animal and we just threw it in the driveway. It's just a big fake stuffed animal. We threw it in the driveway and took a picture of it. And the person thought that we put the car almost on top of it, but it was a stuffed animal. And it was flagrant, and they bought it. We messed with them for like 8 days, which was fun. And, they can't scam anyone else. So when if a scammer hits you up and you're having fun messing with them, just keep messing with them. All right, continue. What I'd say, Johnny, you couldn't fly to Seattle. Johnny, hope you don't mind if I call you my queen. We're hitting that part at the beginning again. Heart, smiley face. Response, your queen. Dang, live, yeah, I mean, Johnny, you can have any famous actress that's beautiful and successful. I'm a nobody. Johnny, I will try very soon. Having court issues with my ex. Response, for sure, Johnny. I mean, would you actually, though? Johnny, I wouldn't mind knowing more about you. Reply, and remember, this person, they know this isn't Johnny Depp. They know it's Johnny Depp. I just want to make that clear. Reply, well, I'm an aspiring actress. It's fairly hard to get noticed where I live. We only do commercials and voiceover work mostly here. I'd love to land a pilot or a huge role in a movie. Now, Johnny, he thinks he's in right now. He thinks he's going to get some payoff because he's already laid the groundworks for something like this. Johnny, remember, I promised to tell my manager about you. I wonder how many people he sold this line to as well. And I wonder how many people have actually bought into it. I mean, that's the sad reality. These kind of scammers, they ruin people's lives. Then he continues, what are you doing for a living currently? Now, that statement, while seemingly innocuous, showcases what they're doing. They're trying to dig into the real life to find out about what they'll do, I'll jump forward a little bit. Well, what they'll do is they'll blackmail you. Like you're sitting here talking to a fake. What they'll do is they'll try to use this information against you. They'll go in, they'll look at, like if you sent them a nude or something, they'll blackmail you with it. Or if you let them have too much information, they'll blackmail you with it. Like they do everything they can to get into your information. They'd want somebody that's barely worked, though I'm not an SAG member yet. I feel like I should at least be in the union before I get representation. I'm currently a student studying film and acting in movies and dramatic arts. Johnny, he replies with a wow, that's so cool. And you can see he's a little bit at a loss for words for how to go. And she's going to repress this by replying, but you couldn't actually fly out to Seattle, could you? I mean, with your Bush schedule. Again, make this person really uncomfortable. It's a lot of fun playing with them this way. Smiley face, okay symbol, okay.
Welcome back.
Go beyond subscribe. Join the channel.
That's
to help
YouTube
your
loves
favorite
putting
creator
their
make more
you know,
of this and
they
get
love
members-
putting these mid-roll ads in. Now, Johnny, you know what's funny is it'll give me mid-roll ads when I'm watching it. You know, I don't get mid-roll ads. Like if it plays one, I don't get credit. I have to watch it, and I don't get any credit for it. He knows he's losing his mark here, so he tries to steer this back to small talk. Okay, darling. So, did you register for any college for actors or actresses? You know, again, digging for information there, trying to control this and steering it back in a direction. Reply, I did not. I need a lot of scholarships to pull me through before I start working again, and would like to work at least a couple of acting jobs with my agency. Johnny, oh, that's nice. I will see what I can do about that, darling. Oh, look, love face blowing a little love towards you. So, how old are you? Hasn't even fished for that information, but I'm going to get you some work out there, baby. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It is funny. Look, so she goes in. He's gonna get her work, right? He said, I'm gonna tell my manager about you. Doesn't even know how old the person is that he's talking to. Oh, he wants those I2 cards bad, man. Look at this work he's putting in. Small talk here. I'm 19, turning 20 in like 8 months. And he's like, oh, that's nice. Happy birthday. You know, because again, he's not investing a lot of attention here. I'm sure that he's trying to scam other people while trying to figure out how to scam her. Now, after a bit of small talk, Johnny thinks he's in again. So, of course, he's got to start promising the world. Can't get you acting? Well, let's get you a house. No problems. But if you want to check for an estimate of a house, possibly how much? Reply. Your period keeps going in a weird place. Ha ha. You know, because scammers, God knows who they are. They definitely can't type. Then she answers the how much. I'm kind of OCD. I looked, they're expensive. I thought I'd be looking at an apartment. Now, Johnny here, of course, replies, okay, dear, you know, because he's totally selling that. She replies with a yeah. And after that, you can tell, well, Johnny, he probably figures he's losing her in that. So he said, when you see one that you would like, talk to me. She replies, no way. I could never make you pay for something like that. You barely even know me. That's awesome. Look, like this scammer, he's like, baby, I'm Johnny Depp. I'm going to buy you a house. By the way, can you front me some iTunes cards? Holy crap. I mean, how does, oh my God, I love it. I love life some days. That's so good. Boys at Thor, thanks for the 10. Scam Live, JD. YouTube at Johnny Depp. Currently running live video is the only content this channel reported as spam or misleading. What they've done, I'm going to tell you what they've done. They've hacked somebody's YouTube. All right. So they've hacked into a YouTube. They've not been knocked offline yet. They're putting up, I saw the scam earlier myself. I saw that up there. But they've hacked another person's thing, and they'll get them suspended sooner or later. But they'll do everything that they can to get people to click on a feed. And what sucks about this is the person that it's happening to will probably never get their YouTube back. They'll probably lose it because YouTube will suspend them, and they'll never let it have it back. So that's what hackers do a lot. They'll send out all kinds of things. What's crazy is they actually at one time hijacked a YouTube help page. It actually came from youtube.com, and people would click on something because, you know, it looked pretty legit. and it would walk them through, and it would hijack their accounts, and it would do stuff like that, but with Bitcoin. So, I mean, that is a Bitcoin seller too. So, those things for the 5. We need Tug's fan fiction audiobooks read by Tug. Our favorite stories he covers. Got me cracking up. Yeah, I thought this was really funny. Johnny. LOL. I never said I was going to pay. Reply. Johnny knows. LOL. Oh, okay. Ha ha. Johnny replies. I said you should let me know. I'll do something so you have him promising the world. Now, this type of scam, it goes on for days, too. And while Johnny's talking here, he has to sell the idea that you can't reach out to anyone else. Thanks a lot, hon. I've been a little busy. Just wanted you to know something. I know that there are a lot of people here pretending to be me, but I have no worries because everything is in total control. I have reported the situation to the FBI and the CIA, indeed, and they have placed an underground investigation to track down scammers who scorn women for money with my pictures, and anybody caught in this act will face the court of law. For now, you have no worries because you are talking to me for real, but for some time. I mean, think about it. He's contacted the CIA. Yeah. Oh, Lord. God. Gotta love these people. Reply to that. Johnny, could you please send me a selfie on here? I'm still in awe. You chose to want to talk to me. Johnny, I wish I could, my queen. I told you about my management policy. I am bounded by agreement. I can't unless I get an improvement by my management. So after a lot of discussion, and I do mean a lot of discussion, you can see a few of these pages going by, but there is so much more. He starts playing the game about talking about, hey, what if we would meet up in person? Johnny, I just need to settle all of this and create time to maybe grab lunch with you somewhere. Reply, we can do other things too. Blushing face, blushing face. We can do other things too. Blushing face, excited blushing face indeed. Now later on, after Johnny sells the idea of love, he says, what would your reaction be when we meet? He also notes, oh dearie, love isn't as easy as it seems. It takes commitment and devotion. All right, which city are you in right now? So there's a lot more exchange, but I want to end emphasizing this portion because this, I think it really telegraphs what this person is trying to do. Reply to Johnny on where they live, Seattle. Johnny, oh yeah, sorry, I've got a lot of things on my mind, honey. Laughing face, laughing, sweating face. Then, blank, can I ask you a question? Reply, sure. Johnny, what's your views on child abuse and trafficking? I guess you must find it disturbing. Huh. Now, I found that to be concerning, considering he does fish for address. I wonder if I find it... think about that. Like you have somebody that, again, is fishing for your location. They're trying to talk about setting up and talking to you live, and... yeah. Phantasm, thanks for the 5. You should revisit the cashmere coat FBI agent. Oh my God, that's creepy. I think that, like I said, I think they were looking for somebody they could kidnap or harm. Oh, haha, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. I'm so broke right now. Laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. Johnny, how broke? How broke exactly are you? Because I wanted you to get me something from the store, but no need, darling. Reply, oh my, laughing face, laughing face, laughing face. Johnny, why you laughing? Reply, I'm sorry, hon. That sounded like a bit of a problem. Johnny, what kind of problem? Reply, for you know, ask your bodyguard or something. They should have you covered. Johnny, guess so, but I'm kind of in a private area, you know, settling court issues, and so it's not the U.S. This is London. I'm not sure I'll be able to...
Hi, we're OfferPad,
Man, hit me
and we
with
want to
another
buy
one.
your home.
He's like,
Just go to offerpad.com, enter basic information.
Get what I want you to get. Reply. What do you want me to get? What would you me to get you, if anything? Johnny, you ought to know it. Reply. What, Johnny? Ha ha. Johnny, it's an iTunes card. I'll show you a picture of it when it requires it. Like I said, Johnny Depp needs you to buy him iTunes cards so he can come out and visit you and buy you a house, baby. That's good stuff. I love it. Oh my God, it hurts my heart. Gabriel Bad Wolf, thanks for the 18. Know someone who keeps getting scammers contacting or messing with them. They confessed it was the same guy, and he just found her funny. They do a bad English thing because if someone falls for it, they're more likely to send money. See, that's crazy, you know. Like the money thing is so messed up. Christine, thanks for the 5. Tug, make a digital audio of your comic. You read the lines as the pages script or scroll or flip. Kids would love it, and it might help young kids to read. Might be fun to do with the little one, you know. Leah, thanks for the 5. Love and good wishes from Finland. Here the clock is 4 p.m. Ooh, or 4 a.m. So Johnny, he sends in money, says, but you've got a bank account, right? Reply, no, sorry to dash your hopes there. I closed mine due to beer bug. Johnny, but you should have a PayPal account, right? That works online. Reply, I have like $2, man. You know, again, stop asking me for money. Johnny, PayPal works online and also Cash App. Reply, I have PayPal. This is the thing they hear there. I have it, cha-ching, cha-ching, but $2 to my name. Johnny, what was the name of the bank that you closed? And then he notices the PayPal thing. Oh, that's great. I'll need you to send me your PayPal information. How about that? Reply, are you sending me money then? Johnny, yeah, and you'll have to send the remaining to the donation account for my orphanage home. Now later on, Johnny got an comes orphanage back, home. you know, a couple. so the money resend. It's the oh my God. So he's gonna have he's got an orphanage though that he's actually propping up. But again, he needs your iTunes cards. Oh, I never realized that Johnny Depp runs his life on iTunes cards. That's pretty amazing. A couple of days later, starts messaging, and he's like, oh yeah, soon, once I'm done with this whole court issue, I'll announce it officially. So I'll need you to send me the PayPal details. I guess it was linked to your old bank. He clarifies what he wants in this too. I meant send your logins, dear. I need your login information so I can get into your PayPal, so I can get into your old bank account and on. Reply, no, I'd be more comfortable if you just sent me money on my PayPal. So what did we learn, class? That Johnny Depp is apparently addicted to iTunes cards, and he needs your PayPal information ASAP. Love it. There's a lot more to this, too. If you want a lot. There was a lot in there. I mean, this stuff went on forever. But my God, like the iTunes scammer, I thought it was hilarious because, I mean, it's so dumb. It's so dumb, but yet, you know, people, the sad reality is that people do fall for this stuff. They do. Like people out there, they, for some reason, you know, that you especially find it in an older audience, people that don't understand online behavior very well. They fall for that kind of stuff. And there are a lot of people that get, you know, again, there are a lot of desperate feeling people out there that apparently, you know, hey, Johnny Depp hit me up there for. Like I said, I think that's sad. I mean, when you go through it. So let's continue. Let's knock out a little bit of this here. Let's talk about our main issues with metadata here. We talked about the date discrepancies. Again, everything was photographed on the 15th, and yet 16th, 17th, and 18th. There's also issues that come up. I had to take a break from metadata. I was tired in my mind. I was falling asleep, so that's why I had to stop for a minute. You also have your image naming. Look at how image is named. Remember, again, if I sat down and I took pictures of 32 things in a row, you would expect them to be 1 through 32, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. This, it goes down through that. Then it hits 16. It skips to 27. And then after 28, it skips to 500. Now, that wouldn't make sense at all, would it? Even if you were taking instant, what happened to the other 400 plus images that were in the middle? Like, that's a bunch of images that are missing. What this tells you is that they're either using another device to take pictures with, or they are using editing software, editing after the fact. Again, there could be a few reasons that happens, but now when you look at their photographs that come from the 16th during the hours of 10 a.m. So these are supposed to be the photographs on the 16th that pop up on 10 a.m. You saw the picture here, of course. This one is supposed to be damaged there. You have the hair. You can see the times, like 41, 10:41, upstairs 10:56, 10:57, the broken bed, 10:58, broken shelf. Now, at first glance, thanks for that too there, Tug. I appreciate you and all that you do. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate you all showing up and just goofing off, period. Sometimes we need to laugh. Sometimes we need to talk about crazy, just whatever. So at first glance, there appear to be no visual or timing anomalies with this photo. The first two photos were taken in Penthouse 3, 10:41. And the last three were taken in Penthouse 4 between 10:56 and 10:58, leaving sufficient time to move between them. The second photo was not present on the iPad Pro, hence there is no unedited file name. There are 4 photographs that have long, weird file names indicating they were imported from the iPhone 6. Like, they have a certain naming profile, so you can tell where they come from. However, when the NGN file names are compared across all 5, an immediate anomaly can be seen. The first 4 photographs contain ALH and have a sequence of 505, 509, 517, and 1586. The other image files contain AHA and have a lower sequence of 27, indicating it was likely provided to NGN significantly earlier. So here's a problem. Like, this is what it's telling you too, okay? These photographs were probably provided way, way earlier. And these photographs, they were provided way, way later. You see that right here in the naming bundles which you have to ask, why are they adding pictures in the aftermath? That's what the question is, Okay, I got these early. Why didn't they just turn them over all at the same time? That's PDC, thanks for the 5 there. I had a very similar situation happen to me from Bruno Mars. Didn't fall for it. Ridiculous. Yeah, it's like I say, people do, though. And that's... I don't... I mean, again, it's the same question that I was saying about... Again, if you've fallen for a scam, I don't know the particulars. Maybe you were scared by something. But the scam we looked at there... I would say it's just like for what we were talking about, the jury. Part of that is why would you think Johnny Depp needs iTunes cards? I mean, seriously. So when you look at that, again, it's just like with the jury explaining metadata. There are people out there that will fall for a Johnny Depp iTunes fraud. Do you think those people would understand metadata? No. Well then, there you go. That's the point, with that. Now, with the discrepancy in numbers, right? like I said, if they've got weird numbers and they come in forward or later, you do have to question the validity of why they would. Now, the latter photo is of a tuft of hair on a bedroom carpet that Heard claims is one of many clumps of hair. You can see the claim. She said there are a bunch of them. However, Kevin Murphy testified there was only one on the floor. That's what his statement said. He put a text of it. And again, Kevin Murphy, he took a photograph of the singular tuft of hair. He actually took a photograph of it. So, no. Poison Thorn, thanks 5. It's impossible to send the link to this page in a super chat. It's a live video. It can't be scrolled on. Highly suspect. Yeah, you can look up the Johnny Depp live. It's supposed to. I ran across it early because it had 9,000. Now, some of those numbers may be bots running the numbers up too, because again, they're trying to get people to watch. They're trying to make people think that it's real. Now, look, this is Kevin Murphy's picture that he takes of the hair. This is Amber Heard's picture of the hair that she turned over. Like, look at that. It says it's both inconceivable and implausible that she would have photographed only a single tuft of hair when there were many, which would be far more incriminating. If Mr. Murphy's telling the truth, then her photo is most likely taken after the one that he saw, which, yeah, that makes sense too. Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for 10. Tug, could you possibly check your email account? Sent you something. JD's team needs ASAP. Been working on it for several hours. Be a lot quicker without my illness disabilities. Y'all look, was at the top. Send it through to me again at the very top, because it hasn't come through. Or it hit the spam. Send it to me right now while I'm staring at my phone. On the judgment report, Judge Nichols gives comment on the ever-expanding growth of incidents cited by her leading up to the UK trial. The claimant observes that the incidents of alleged violence by JD have grown in number and seriousness. In support of her application, TRO, she relied on only 12, 13, and 14. The number had grown by the time she was deposed and increased again in the first witness statement. She was deposed on the 13th of August, 2016, some 4.5 months before she was required to vacate Penthouse 3, and 2 weeks before the 3 other penthouses were required to be vacated. According to the judge's statement, the number of incidents cited by Ms. Heard grew from the 3 she had originally cited in support of her application for a TRO. It is reasonable, therefore, to surmise that by the time of her deposition, Ms. Heard would have had the majority of her contrived Incident 12 photographic evidence prepared and in place. Mr. Murphy's photograph and testimony combined with her lack of photograph of the existence of a single hair gives compelling evidence that she's again lying. Yeah, here's the problem with a lot of her stuff, though. Again, if there was one tuft of hair versus, say, 30 or 40 tufts of hair, why would you only photograph one? Would that make sense to anybody? So they talk about the naming issues. The fact that the NGN sequence allocated to the hair photo 27 is almost 500 less than the other photos taken within the bedroom at the same time. And the fact that the hair is only one of 5 photographs taken at that hour to have the AHA prefix raises the question as to why the photographs seemingly cannot be grouped with the others when AH provided to NGN. See, that's a good question. Like what he's saying here is, like when you have it, these are grouped by when they arrive. Like if you look at their names, you have AHA and ALA. They grouped them differently when NGN was putting them together. Now, they were given this photograph, AHA, the hair photograph, at a different time, much different time than these others here. Like you look at 509 here, that's a bed. They don't look like they come from the same instance. They look like there's something very sketchy about it. Again, why would you do it that way? Why wouldn't you have them together? You know, none of that would make sense, you know. Miss Pennington's testimony wholly contradicts the order of metadata times in which show the first photographs to the damage, because she says, I don't remember anything after that until my friend Rocky comes in. On this occasion, Amber asked me to come over to the place to check it out. I could see that her head was bloody, where chunk of her hair had been ripped out. I then took photographs of her injuries. I photographed her face, took photos of the apartment. There were broken glass. I then went upstairs, took photographs of the damage. I photographed a big clump of hair on the floor. And it is her same testimony that further catches her in her own lie and proves that Mr. Murphy's telling the truth. You notice that here, right? When she's talking about the hair, she talks about a clump. She says a big clump of hair that was photographed. The testimony is wholly contradictory to hers, where she says there were chunks of hair missing. There was pus in the wounds. I would also like to know, like, if somebody just rips your hair out right away, like rips some out, like why the hell you got pus coming out of your head already? Like it just happened, right? So why do you already have like funk and infection in your head? That's nasty. Like what is wrong with you? Like for real, what in the hell is wrong with you? You know? I mean, is that like hairline HIV or something I've not heard about? I mean, is that something that happens too when you sleep with James Franco? You get that? Like your lip starts bleeding and sometimes it bleeds and sometimes it disappears. And also you have pus come out of your hairline. I mean, damn, son. You need to stay away from that, boy, because that stuff is nasty. You're like, oh, man. God. Like I said, you may have to put a little penicillin on it, but before that, you might want to call a freaking exorcist, because damn, that's gross. Yuck. Hairpiece. Hairpiece. I love it. Oh, you got to watch that. James Franco is going to make you catch hairpiece. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, gross. James Franco, you nasty bastard. Hairpiece. I love it. If you look at the hair, though, for real, like the hair, I mean, it is so over exaggerated. Hairpiece. I love it. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. My wife used to ask me, like, why I thought this case was so entertaining, like, to cover it, you know, besides, like, I would tell her, I like the case for two reasons. I think it has a very good point. Like, you have to have this. The man was wrong. It would ruin his life. But also, I think the case is funny. Like, there's some funny stuff in it. And then when she's seen it live, she's like, I see. Like, exactly. Hairpiece, though. I mean, it just the names that are brought up in it. I mean, you have some high-profile mofos that are coming up in here, and they make absolute fools of themselves. You know, I mean, they are. But yeah, okay, like this is apparently what getting with James Franco will do to you. By the way, just saying. So if you get with James Franco, you're gonna have two problems. I'm warning you, ladies. Like, stay away from James Franco. So first of all, you're going to have this issue. See? No problem with your lip. And then all of a sudden, bam! A little Franco appears. Little Franco. Just be careful, ladies. Don't get around that. And then also, apparently, if you're messing with James Franco, you're going to have this happen to your hairline. Look at that. Like I was saying though, this has come up many times. Look at the hairline here, right? Now, what is this right here? You see this white box? I'm going to zoom in, but look at it. What is this? Right there in this the line. What is it? Look, it's not hair or something. There's like a white piece that's obviously not part of the scalp, because look at the way it comes in, and it's cornered white. You see it? What is that? Like, it looks like a tag. Hair extension? Is that what a hair extension looks like close up? I don't know. I've never had a hair extension before. Castle, thanks for the 4. All we are saying is give hair pieces chance. Indeed. Bella Triggerfish, thanks for the 10. I love your off-the-cuff streams. You're just so entertaining. Tug, by the way, how old are you? I'm not saying I'm old enough. I'm not on this side of young for sure. And where I live, I'm a Tennessean. So because if you could spare an iTunes card, I would be so appreciative. That's funny. Yeah. I mean, look at that, though. That's crazy, right? Danielle, thanks for the 10. The hair pick really bothers me. It doesn't even look like her color. I'm wondering if it's from one of the Yorkies. If that is from a Yorkie. Now, I've actually seen people talk about how this is extension glue. I'm going to zoom in on it, and don't think about it as pus, okay? Because that really grosses me out. I can't look at this if I think about it, because that's nasty. Think about it as extension glue, okay? Because that's what a lot of people said this is. And when you look at it that way, it's not as gross, because it's not coming out of something. It's wrapped around the hair, and it looks like glue. And that would make, if that's the way you apply extensions, that would make a lot of sense. Like I said, I'd never messed with extension. I've never had that, Yeah, I mean, it's caught in the hair and stuff. It's not, again, it's not, I wouldn't zoom in on grossness like that if I didn't have a point, okay? So if you look at that, again, it's not coming out of something. It's just there. It's attached to the hair, and then it comes over into this thing right here. See that? Dry scalp right there. Woo, that's that. Yeah, I mean, that goes beyond dry scalp, though. Nasty. So it's not Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue. I like that Gorilla Glue lady that accidentally glued her hair. Oh, that was amazing. That was a fun time, too. I couldn't believe somebody actually did that in real life. I like that her first answer to answer the Gorilla Glue problem was to go online and to talk to TikTok about it. I mean, for real, come on. That's oh, God, what a terrible thing to do to yourself. But why would you go on? Like, my first thing would be like, oh, my God, I'm going to go see a specialist. I don't care how much it costs, because, this is going to be bad. Not to talk to TikTok about my problems. Richard, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, love your live streams. Waiting for Elaine to start yelling gibberish and throw cats at the judge. That'd be cool, like a cat cannon. Like the cat lady from The Simpsons. Yeah. That's what she reminds me of. That's why, one of the things I think about the cat lady name. Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for 5. Should be with you now. Hopefully, Tug. Let me check it out. But, I mean, when you look at those, like I said, you look at those injuries, they're nutty. Yeah, I got that. I'll look it over and see what's what. Thank you. Mary Brewer's Creative Corner, thanks for the 5. That looks like a hot spot on a Yorkie. I have a Yorkie. He gets them all the time. Yeah, I saw somebody comparing a Yorkie's hairline to that picture, and there were a lot of people talking about how the coloration and stuff looked like a Yorkie's hair, Again, what that tells you is it tells you if that's truly, you know, no injury and they took pictures of a Yorkie and stuff, that would mean, see, there's two possibilities in the way all of this came together. You either have heard, now I actually believe that her friends are co-conspirators, by the way. I very much do. But they're either unknowing participants or they're co-conspirators. Now, I would say that they're co-conspirators just based solely on the end items, because they say, you know, the house was trashed and this and that. Okay, well, all of them agree to things that aren't there, that you can't see on the body cam footage. You know, they've created a false presentation of, well, of so-called evidence. You know, it's verbal evidence, I guess. But what I always wondered is, were they in on it from day one, or were they looped in? Okay, here, like, were they planning on screwing over since day one, or is that part of her feeding narratives to them and lying? You know, like after a while. I mean, I always figured they were probably in on it from day one, but I'm curious. Like I said, I'd love to know about their motivations. I'd love to be able to sit down with them just for a little while and ask them some hard-hitting psychological questions. Richard thinks too. Cat cannon t-shirt. See, that'd be awesome. Gabriel Badwolf, 179. Thank you. Samson's cat lady used to be a lawyer and a doctor. Was she? Was she really? That's hilarious. If that's true, if the cat lady on The Simpsons, then she fits up great. Even better then. God, that I don't know, man. The players in this case. The problem with this case is, again, the buy-in is you had to destroy somebody's life. So the laughing I get out of it is tempered by that reality. The thing is, though, and I'll tell you, I know specifically from talking to quote-unquote sources, again, I'll go with that way of saying it that way, that JD definitely does not. He tries to laugh about this stuff too, because you have to. You hear him about Little Richard and stuff anyway. I mean, you can tell he laughs at it, but I mean, there's a lot more that he has to laugh about too. And you'd have to laugh about it anyway, because if you didn't, it would drive you insane. You know, if you really thought about how close you came to being killed, and that somebody that you loved and trusted, like, burned your life down. Like when you start getting caught on those items, I mean, that's some rough stuff. That's some really rough stuff. Hey, you want to see something funny, by the way? New people. Oh, you guys have never seen this. I forget. Okay. New people. I need to show you this real quick. This is important. All right. So one of the things that I do with comic artists, I'll get comic artists together, and we'll make we'll make funny little stories up. Right. Like you know, with just little little stories that come from real life. My daughter one time saw the cocaine picture. You know, I was putting together a video, and she walked out and she was like, "Dad, what is this?" So this is kind of a more from some of that with some other stuff. So you have the little umbrella girl. She's like, sigh. Look, I love Captain Jack, Cappy Jack. You have breaking news. We interrupt our movie to bring you our following report. Actress Abby Bird, wife of Cappy Jack actor. We didn't use the real names. They come out and accuse the actor of a heinous crime of, oh, God, turn it. Psh, Daddy, I want to know what happened to Cappy Jack. You're like, well, see, honey, and gummy bears. Yeah. She hid all the gummy bears and pixie sticks on an island and lost the map. Yeah. Oh, God. And she's like, oh, man. But it's not true. Cappy Jack is just waiting for another adventure. Oh, you see the thought bubble coming in. She's like, uh-oh. He's like, oh, God, I don't like where this is going. Like, an island full of gummy bears and pixie sticks? Oh, my God, look, it's time for an adventure. He's like, come on, Dad, treasure awaits. Like, no. Oh, yeah, guilty, LOL. So yeah, we try to have fun with some of these stories out there, just because. I just ran across that a minute ago. I forgot that was there. You just make those for fun, Did I make that? No. That's Dead Punk Gauge. Like I work with a lot of independent artists out there. I'll pay them, to create something, and then like those, that was just made for fun. We're goofing off. Again, we haven't sold anything on it because I mean, you could put it into something, I guess. But the guy that I work with on our main books, S.K. Bennett, is a totally different guy. Like that's our goofing off, having fun, like joking around. That's some of the stuff we create there. But no, I'm not the artist on there. S.K. Bennett, like for our main comic book, the one that we have the link for in the description, like that. I mean, his stuff is phenomenal, and it's a different kind of hyper-realistic feel. But what I like to do is I like to employ comic book artists. Well, artists, period. There's a lot of really talented people out there, and I mean, they get overlooked by an industry that treats them like garbage. So if I can help them out, give them a little bit of work here and there, pull them up, we can have a good time with it. We do a lot of that kind of stuff. But what I was doing is I was going to pull up. So we actually had a cat lady fight one, and it's funny because of this now. So check this one out too, real quick, and then we'll go back to our metadata. So here's that umbrella guy and little umbrella girl in Invasion of the Crazy Cat Lady cosplayer from Venus. Look at her. She's got like a cat. She's got a cat cannon. She's shooting cats at us. Like, no, not the face. That's my money maker. They're fighting like, I got your dad back. I got your back, Dad. There she is. There's Elaine. She's become a supervillain. She's firing cats out of a cannon. Oh, my God. Katrina, thanks for the 15. Dog charges still pending. Australia. Government is angry. Proves she lied. Asked Kate James to lie. Kate said no. I actually know more about that than like people have been picking up from headlines. I'm contemplating doing a video on that maybe this weekend because I know a little bit more about that. Like I know a little bit more about the connection with that. Like I said, it was funny. Some of the people that have been reporting on that, back last year, I broke that story. I had talked to sources. Again, I broke the story about the FBI involvement because the FBI was coordinating witnesses, getting everything together, and that would make sense, right? But I found out about that from sourcing, and I broke that. Now, at the time, I offered a few other people that story too, so the word would get out there. And some of the same people talking about it now said that it didn't matter. It was inconsequential. So isn't it amazing? Like, stuff became consequential between that. Now, Yellow Flash, like I said, has covered this stuff for a long time. And, we've talked about it anytime there's something big. We've talked about it on Flashcast and things like that, but yeah, I just find it fascinating how that is. Bernard, thanks for the 20 there. This is such amateur works. I guess no professional photo retouch professional would touch her works. Thank you for all your great work. Yeah, she did a lot of this stuff on her own, is what I'm thinking. Like when you look at the fraud, again, you've got to think it's just like her story. Her story, it's all feels based. Again, if you look through the injury photographs, the injury photographs are all about the manipulation of you, because you're not going to see a broken nose. You're not going to see a blackened eye. You're not going to see the things they want you to do. And also, they don't want you to do this. They want you to remember the pictures, remember thinking about, Look how gross her eye looks there, by the way. Gross. What is... Like there's some kind of funk in her eye or something. Look at that. Like she got something in her eye. What is that? Like that's not just a glare. What is that? That's not a tear. It's not like an eye booger or whatever, crust or whatever you call those things. What is that? Hey, Romer, thanks for the 777-31. As of a few hours ago, on this special Jason Voorhees Day, hey, everybody give Romer happy birthday, too. Sing me a happy birthday song for some toasty luck, Daddy Tug. Happy birthday to Romer, man. Let's give you a little bit of happy birthday to Romer. May Gelf never touch you like Amber. I like that voice. I like this one too. Happy birthday to Gil. Hopefully, Romer. I just called you Gelf for your birthday. Poor guy. No, happy birthday, man, for real. What is up with the, seriously, what is that? I don't know. But what they want you to not look at is this. They want you to not notice that her shirt has color desaturated. It's a white shirt. There's no color to it anymore. They don't want you to notice that. Hey, Richard, thanks for the fine. My 39th was yesterday. Made yesterday's live stream a part of it. Hey, appreciate you there. By the way, hey, happy birthday, too. Let me break out the magic there for you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. No, for real. Appreciate you, man. I hope you're having a great one. Look at her lip, though. Okay, so her lip, she's trying to say that this is when she has a swollen, busted up lip. You know what doesn't make sense about her lip either? So if you've looked at the pictures so far, there's no... She's telling you, like look at this. You see the level of swelling that she's trying to present, right? She's popped her lip out there and giving you a certain angle. But she's trying to say that this is all swelling. Okay, why don't you have any swelling on the James Corden show then? If you have swelling like this, and really... Here's another question. Why don't you have swelling between pictures? Oh, look. Inflate a lip. You, too, can go rubber rafting. And you're inflate a lip now. Come on. What's up? Look at that mess. I love how the light hits, though. Like, you see the light here. And look at how bad these pictures are. Look at this. So gross. But you notice, too, like we were talking about faking photographs, which is part of the metadata discussion. You notice that she doesn't take photographs where there's a lot of descript items. Where, like you have here, you're in a bathroom, and really, what's your background set? How could you prove that this was distinctly locked at a certain time? You couldn't, You couldn't prove that this was, say, May versus when the realtor was up. It's the same thing with all of this, you notice? Like, you can't make any distinction there. You can tell when they've taken a picture back to back with something. Again, she's playing that game of trying to make that lip look fat. Look at that. Like she does not want to present anything there. These pictures are so, dude, it's just so ridiculous. Because like this one really annoys me. Like, look at this. All I get from this is that she has some clammy ass skin. Because look at it. Like, that's gross. Like, it's all, her pores look weird. She slapped herself in the face a little bit. But look at it for real. Like the way that she's done this is she's hit with so much light on it darkened out the interior. Like, all of these pictures just annoy the crap out of me. They very much do. And then you have little Franco. You can see. And, okay, Andy actually says that this is a drop of blood. Or, a droplet of whatever is passing as blood. And that makes sense. I always thought it was supposed to be a cut. But look, and when you look at it really well, it actually looks like it's applied makeup. Like that does too. Because look at this. It doesn't fall and block. That's not, it doesn't go, like that's not the way that would work. That's been applied. Because, and if you look at one of the pictures with her there, again, I think that's, all joking aside, I don't think that's her picking at her lip. I think the reason that it disappears between pictures is because it's just applied makeup or something. I think that she knew the nurse was going to come over. She applied a little bit of Presto Manifesto to her lip, and bam, she got it going. Because again, if you look at other pictures, there are plenty of other pictures, and these other pictures, that injury, it disappears in some of them, and it's there sometimes. It depends on what's she's going with. But yeah, I do think that's supposed to be a droplet. I thought it was a cut, but I mean, look at how, like, you can tell that is not like where you've been busted in the mouth. That is either you picking at your funky face. Look at that. That is very gross. Someone will bring harm on themselves to say that their husbands. Yeah. Actually, that happens quite often, especially so the personality types that she was assigned with. Like, that is one of the things that you look out for, because in interpersonal violence, especially committed by females, you'll have females that, again, they'll do violence to another person. And then, I mean, if you want, okay, to tell you how socially acceptable these kind of ideas are too, I mean, if you really want to see something infuriating, check this out. So today, I had somebody that gave me this in my mentions, and I thought this was really annoying, because it tells you, like, it's not just a tactic, it's a socially acceptable tactic. Okay, so this person posted online, hundreds of people like this too. Some men do this thing when they blow up in anger to try and scare the women into backing down. What they don't know is that sometimes I deliberately provoke men so that I can point to his angry reaction and say, see, he's unhinged, making it easier for me to fire him. Like, what she's talking about through these posts is she's deliberately provoking people to get an emotional, angry reaction from men, to the point, you prod, that's abuse, by the way. Like, if you manipulate somebody to the point where they explode because they're like, leave me alone, like, because that's what people do. The reason, like she says, well, they yell to puff up. Yeah, it's because with like, you're pushing a person to the point where if it were a guy doing that, they would have probably beat the ever-loving bejesus out of them. So they're trying to make you leave them alone. Like, people aren't trying to, this person calls it intimidation. That's not a form of intimidation by a person. That's a person, again, being abused and people bragging about it. And there are hundreds of people that are like, bravo, good job for doing that. Yeah. And that is so wrong, man. Like, there are people that, like I said, they just applaud that behavior. But you can see, like, again, the way that's perceived socially. Like, it's just like what you were talking about. If you discuss some of this, like, people are back patting. I was looking at some pictures. So somebody posted earlier today where you had Amber Heard fans, they were encouraging the abuse of Johnny Depp. They were like, aha, you go, girl. You do a good job with that. You go, girl. You do your thing. I kept thinking, that's nasty, man. That is so nasty by these people. mean, I can't imagine, like applauding abuse, telling people, yeah, sure, let's do that. Let me see. I think I saw somebody post that again. I was looking for it to see if I could find it. Let's see. There were, like I said, there were posts where there were screenshots. Somebody had posted screenshots of other people that were doing just crazy stuff like that. Just creepy, man. Chris A, thanks for the 5. She's on Actane. It dries the skin to clear acne. I used it in dryness. I remember, maybe it was you that said that. That dryness, the lips, like you were 5 days in the desert dehydrated, peel skin off too. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that that she would use that as part of a setup. Check my mail. There's nothing from you in my mail, Gail, that I see. DL, thanks for the 5. What was the date of the Boston trip where she recorded him moaning? The audio. God, does anybody remember the date right off the top of their heads? I can look up the Boston incident. Does anybody just remember the date so I don't have to pull it up? It's in 2014, but I can't remember the exact because I got this one in my brain. I mean, I can pull her witness statement and pull it like pretty fast, but I can't remember it like right off my head. I can pull it. It's all good. Ain't a big deal. I mean, it's easy to pull. It's just some of the earlier instances are harder to remember. It's like because they'll respond to them as like the painting incident, 2013. They won't tell you March with it, so. But I've got her thing up here. So let's see. There's December 2014. No, that's different. Tokyo 2015. Australia 2015. God, the Australian story is crazy because it's so long. Here's actually, look at this. Like while I've got this out here, let me show you a timeline of breaking down some things. Okay. So this is our witness statement, with a breakdown. Let's just roll into some stuff. Let me roll up real quick. Okay. Hey, Vivette, love for the broken. Thanks for the 5 there. I turned 67 on Friday the 6th. Oh, I feel old. Still back, Johnny. He was born in my hometown. Hey, happy birthday to you there as well. It was May of 2014. That's what is noted, by the way, May of 2014. But the feeling older, that's what my body tells me I feel older as I get there. My brain doesn't always feel older, but I feel older in my body. Yeah, it feels rough that way. Yeah, there's the May instance. You can see it go by. Give me a second. I'm rolling up. This is her main accusations, but happy birthday to you. See, this was her main accusation. Oh, did you people notice that the TMZ photograph? So something that got knocked out. Let me pull this up. TMZ, Amber Heard. Amber Heard has hit up TMZ and given them a new picture. But this new picture that she's trying to supply, it's from 2012. She's trying to remanipulate. She actually tried to go in and reset her own timeline, and this actually got kicked out of the court because it didn't fit into her established timeline. She came in and she made up another one, and they were saying that this had something to do with like a movie or something. I don't remember exactly what. I have to look up the excuse to it, but give me a second. So she's tried to add just this brand new photograph that does not fit into her narrative at all. Again, no timeline addition. It's this one. She's trying to say, oh, you see that right there? And I mean, I'm like, what? So she's tried to go all the way back now to 2012, even though, again, her own timelines don't work with that, because her timeline of suggested abuse or supposed abuse, it starts, first incident of violence was early 2013, she said. Right? 1972, thanks for the 10. AMA live going viral on YouTube and Twitter that Johnny made during the first Fantastic Beasts. Oh, so is that what they're using there? Is that what that thing is? Fake YouTube account. Check out Emily D or Johnny Depp fake YouTube account. Yeah, I've seen that fake on, because it's big enough that you can see the 9,000 viewer thing. When I got up this morning, there was 9,000 people watching it. If Johnny Depp is not live on anything, a lot of that's one of the the really quick giveaways. Like Johnny Depp he's not doing an interview. He's in the middle of the courthouse. Like, why would he be, why would he be there? Like, that wouldn't even make sense, I was looking to see, okay, now TMZ, the photo is from 2012. Now, what's funny is that, again, okay, so what she has a source close to her. That would be Eve Barlow reaching out to TMZ saying that she actually got her dates wrong in the UK case. And in her therapist records, she establishes that it all goes back to 2012. It's like, are you... I mean, are you kidding me? But they didn't get to add it into the case because, again, JD's team, she came in and she was trying to add it. She said, here was her story with that picture. I was in one of those fights. I believe it's this one in the downtown ECB. We call it Loft, and we're in the kitchen living room, and he backhands me. And it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling my lip went into my teeth and got a little blood on the wall. It's just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. Now, that's supposed to be where that picture comes from. Now, I remember that description. She goes into detail in the UK 2020 trial about that. She actually brings up this idea of getting blood on a refrigerator. Do you remember she said that in the trial too? She said, blood on, well, she went into UK 2020 and she talked about the type of refrigerator that was. And the detail to that was wrong because Johnny Depp didn't buy the type of refrigerator she was talking about for that particular area until a year later. Like, Adam Waldman pointed that out, which I thought was fascinating. The details, like she messes up on a lot of the details. And that, she just keeps spinning a fiction. What should have really told people that this is fake, honestly, if you believed her up to any point, her having the recovered memory of the bottle, that glass bottle, that should have given it away to you. Because when she pulls up, again, she's supposed to not remember anything from all of that insanity. She's not supposed to have any memory whatsoever staying with her. But suddenly, when they get a picture from the 22nd of 2 random whiskey bottles, one of those whiskey bottles happens to be the thing that she's assaulted with. Making that more convenient, too, is the fact that the whiskey bottle has alcohol still in it. Give me a second. Or did I say whiskey? Give me 1 minute. Let me pull this up here. Okay, so you can see these two. Like, this should have been the dead giveaway for this entire case for people. Like, honestly, to me, I think this is the most absurd crap I've ever heard. You have this entered. It has not been entered. See, all of those pictures that you saw from Australia, they were brand new. Like these bottles are brand new pictures. Like, we'd never seen them before. Yeah, and there's so many problems with them. Hey, Anita Taylor, thanks for the 2. Sorry, late on. Did you discuss AH witness lineup tonight? No, I haven't talked about her witnesses tonight. Like, there, I mean, we know that Barkin's going to be on. We know that the sister is supposed to be on. The media keeps saying JD is going to come back, which I don't know why that would be, but okay. But yeah, if you look at with the whiskey bottles, the Maker's Mark bottle, I keep saying the whiskey bottle, the Maker's Mark bottle here, to be exact about what kind of bottle we're talking about. I mean, if you look at it, like there's 2 things that should just give it away right off the bat, and you don't have to be a drinker to know this, okay? If you look at this, it has a wax hand or a wax end. See the wax here? Now, if you zoom in really close, I know it grains out, it becomes a de-res bit, but if you look at that, like, it's important that we get as close as we can, because notice this is a perfect circle. Now, these things, they break apart. Like, if you mess with it at all, they break apart, and they're mean. Like, they'll tear you up. So the idea of somebody being assaulted and violated with that, that would just that's a horrible idea. Like that, and it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a call for you to think, oh God, and yeah, that made me think, oh God, but it doesn't make any sense because it hasn't been chipped away. It hasn't been damaged. It's still in one piece. And it wouldn't be. There is no way that it would be. Now, let me see. Give me 1 minute. There's also the little instance of the bottom of the bottle. What do you see right there when you look at the bottom of the bottle? Because I see alcohol, and if he did what they were talking about to her, first of all, he would have spilled his alcohol. But if he didn't, he would have been spilling alcohol into, I'm just going to go that way. She would have had so many medical problems that she would have never been able to withstand this. I mean, it would have destroyed her. It would have destroyed her. I'm looking at some super chats. David Briscoe, thanks for the 10. Tug, can you sing? Yes, it's poo. I left it on the bed for you. Oh, no. Happy to be sacked with you. Gross. No. It's hip to be stairs. Dun, dun, dun. No. Look at that, though. Like I said, this is probably the biggest giveaway of the entire story. Like I said, the convenience. You don't have a piece of evidence that's available throughout the entire thing, and then suddenly, after that, you get that. Suddenly you get that. So Diane, thanks for the 2. JD is doing a live AMA on YouTube. Obviously, that's fake. So let me see. I'm moving forward, making sure I get everybody here. Didn't do nothing. Thanks for the 10 there. Love you, Tug, and Johnny, too. When I heard about his childhood, I so empathized with it. Broke my heart to hear his testimony. I mean, his testimony about childhood really bothered me because, again, I've worked with so many child victims. And here, when you work with kids, when you work with child victims, what you find out is they end up in relationships like we've seen. They end up with stuff like that oftentimes. They seek out the very thing that, was their childhood. And that's sad. Sad thing. X, thanks for it too. Looks a little like a Maker's Mark bottle. It is. It is a Maker's Mark bottle. It is. Very much is. So you're right. Yeah, I was looking at that and I thought, this again, she takes whatever she can find and she tries to put it in to any story that she can come up with. And it's disturbing, It's disturbing. And Danny J, thanks for the 2 and the super sticker. Didn't do nothing. Thanks for the 10. My favorite Johnny movie is The Ninth Gate. I wonder what other people's favorite movie is out of that. Like I don't know. Like I like I don't know about favorite. Okay, I can't go with favorite, but these days I've gotten like a movie that I can turn on in the background that I enjoy is Black Mass. I really like his portrayal of Whitey Bulger, and I like that movie. I think it's pretty good. Edward Scissorhands, Fear and Loathing, Sleepy Hollow, Benny and June, Alice in Wonderland, Cry Baby, Red, thanks for the 5, and the Gone Girl movie. She did not go to the doctor. That's true. Did not think about that. Yeah. That was one of the things. That was a big thing in that. Yeah. I went back and after I heard her claim of the bottle, I went back and watched Gone Girl again because I thought, man, and it's creepy because it really feels like her movie a lot. I mean, her thing a lot rather. Here, right? Thanks for the 5. Tug, can you sing an auto-tune? Lofty, quit simping on Food Captain Marvel. I suppose I can. Here we go. Lofty, quit simping for food Captain Marvel. I know you'll do anything as a Marvel simp, but we don't like that from you, and neither do the crickets. So dumb. All right, there you go. Poor Lofty. All right, Peter Thompson, thanks for the super sticker there. Keep it up. 5 there. Becky, thanks for the 5 and the little super sticker. I like the little presenting one. I like that. Susan Dole, thanks for the 5. I have a friend who got bucked off a horse when she was trained, landed on her face. She broke her nose and all her sinuses bruised, just had makeup on. Oh, yeah, poop just had makeup on? Yeah, exactly. Brittany, thanks for the 5. New sub. Love seeing you on Popcorn Planet. You have so much info here. I've been binge watching it all. Thanks for all you do. Thank you for that. Yeah, if people, like I was saying, which you should go back, find where the UK 2020 trial thing comes in, and just watch random videos. Like if you come in, what you'll see is I just kept up with the trial. I just kept putting new stuff in. So there's so much out there. That's what I was saying. A lot of people are just recycling old stuff, and that's okay. But if you really want, go back. If you really want to catch up like that, just go back to channels that covered it. There are a few of them out there too. It's not just me. There are a few other really good ones. I like Come Geek Some and Stevie J Raw and Darth News. I mean, there's a lot of good people out there that do work. I would rather you watch mine because I get ad revenue from some of them. But all right, Really, seriously, like catch up that way though, for real. Miranda, thanks for the 2. No statement, but plenty of statement on that. Thank you. One things for the 5. Old article showing Amber as a weightlifter in a girls' club in school in Texas. That's kind of, remember that one. Oh, Sleek the Geek. I don't remember that. Sleek the Geek. Thanks for the 5. Can you say? But you say that you only meant well. Well, of course you did. Can I just say that? But you say that you only meant well. Well, of course you did. Like that? Is that what you, or did you want it through the thing? Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 14. Appreciate that. Great work again, Tug. Very informative. I mean, there's more. There's like so much more that we could cover under metadata. That's what, like I said, somebody tagged me into it. And again, when I say this, like, people cover whatever they want. I don't mean this negatively, and watch whatever you want. I don't mean it negatively either. But somebody sent me, it was not, I say somebody's, multiple people sent me where a YouTuber, I can't even remember who, but a YouTuber covered metadata. And people were like, this is brand new. This needs to come out. We got to talk about this. And it was a filing from March. I mean, I recognized it because I remember when it came out, and it's like that's not even the tip. Like the people that are covering this, a lot of them don't even know about the manipulation of metadata. Like, you could tell from the reaction that not the people listening, but many YouTubers had from the bed picture with the knife on it. They're like, oh my God, it's a bombshell. Got to tell Johnny Depp's team. All these YouTubers were doing that. It's like, they know it. They've known it since 2020. They know it. It's known. But, and again, one of the downsides to that is you have YouTubers that are doing everything they can to spam this to try to get to Depp's team. And it's like, there might be new stuff that is found. There might be something new out there. And how do they find it anymore? I mean, it's just crazy. Margarita, thanks for the 20. Thank you for being you. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here and being yourself too. Thanks for the 5. When you compare AH's photos to Rihanna's photo, oh Lord, what's the Chris Brown abuse? AH is a piss poor attempt at a setup at best. So infuriating. I always said, like I've said from the beginning of this stuff, if JD would have had somebody that was more committed, he would have been like this should scare him and scare everybody, really, when you think about this. If she would have been willing to hurt herself, like if she would have been willing to roll up a roll of quarters and just bash herself about the face instead of, sitting on her laurels and pretending. I mean, if she would have truly been, could you imagine the difference? But she wasn't. She was not willing to do that. He got lucky in that way. Because if they would have, again, if she would have been been down with that, if she would have really been down with hurting herself, like he would be buried now. Because one of the reasons that we call it a hoax is because the evidence, or the quote unquote evidence, is so absurd, But I mean, I find that to be scary because it works so well. Listen and belief is so dangerous. The thing is, what gave her away is we did listen. We very well did listen. It's just we didn't believe. Bella Triggerfish, thanks for the 20. Tug, first off, why are both bottles open? Second, why are they near a phone and a Kleenex box? I find this weird. I keep my booze in a cupboard and closed, not open. Well, JD went downstairs and he drank some. He said he broke his sobriety because she was driving him nuts. He went downstairs, he opened up a bottle, and there were many bottles that were thrown and broken. So those bottles could have also just been picked up by cleanup. But I think it's just somebody, like when you look at that picture, what I think happened is somebody sat down at the desk. They just sat down there. They were probably drinking, and because it doesn't look like cleanup. You know what I mean? Like when you go in, like some of the pictures. First of all, the way that she described, here's the problem with the accusations alone. The way she described this, I, in my head, imagined a war zone. I'm not sure what you imagine, but I imagined a damn war zone. And what you get instead, it's not that. It's not even close to what I was imagining. You know, there's some damage here and there, and I realize there's been cleanup, but still, it doesn't matter if there's been cleanup. These pictures were made to kind of catalog what had gone on. I don't think that, like in the aftermath, I don't think that Ben King takes pictures with cleanup. I don't think that's part of his purpose, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I thought part of him photographing was to catalog the damages done when he was cleaning up, and the way she described it, one thing you couldn't remove, there would be an ocean of blood everywhere, it would have been everywhere. And it's not, there's not a lot of blood at all. And Selfridge, thanks for the 5. How do we find the old video depositions for the previous trial? Are they leaked, not public? They are leaked, but the whole thing is not out there. We don't have the whole deposition. But if you look it up on YouTube, you'll find it's about 16 minutes is really what it is. Incredibly Average has 2 pieces that nobody had ever seen before that he put up on his YouTube channel. And then there are the other parts. They were leaked to the Daily Mail, I think it was. And they've been uploaded to YouTube. So you can find them pretty easily on there. Just remember, there is no complete deposition when you're looking for it. A lot of people look for the complete thing. I don't think it's out there. I've never seen the entire thing anyway. Samantha, thanks for the 2. How did she get away with not submitting her stuff? Very good question. Bad Vibes, thanks for the 2. Tiptoe through the the tulips. That's funny. Clara. Okay, thanks for the super chat. The whole thing could be made into a movie. Oh yeah, JD son could play young Johnny, an actual turd. Do a better job acting than her. I saw where they were casting. Like I mentioned this before, and I covered it in a video way back when. Hollywood was making a version of this. They cast a lower budget version, and they wanted somebody that would play an abusive Johnny Depp. Oh yeah, E-Hacker. I forgot E-Hacker. Thank you for that. When I bring up like Darth News and stuff, that's why I don't like listing other channels. Because when I list other channels, I don't remember I just put that in. Wow, that sounds like a good thing, Gilf. Props, son. Props. Wish you the best, my friend. I don't know if you wanted me to mention that, so that's why I said it that way. Spirits, thanks for the 5. AH didn't work on her evidence to make it convincing because she knew she could get away with anything. The next famous explorer will know better. Yes, that's very true too. Like there's some people that are much better. If you look at the evidence, like Evan Rachel Wood, okay, going after Marilyn Manson, they faked an FBI agent. Like they took a letter that was supposed to be from an FBI agent, and they faked it. So that should scare people. Like, that's the level these crazy people will go to. They'll do anything, and you're right. Like, they don't feel that they need to withstand scrutiny. Really, a lot of the times, I think that they mean to drive you to your end goal, put you in the ground. Jenna, thanks for the 5. Thanks for all you do. Anyone with an ounce of common sense could see through Amber's BS. Yeah, hopefully, like, the jury has an ounce of common sense. Jen Selfridge, thanks for the 2. Her sister's deposition. You're talking about her sister's, her sister's witness statement. Is that what you mean? Whitney's? I can't remember. Let me look real quick. I can't remember if it's there or not. God, I've been talking smack to a journalist for the last few days too. Somebody was like, "You better not do that. They'll try to get your channel demonetized." And I was like, "Well, they need it. They need somebody you could tell everyone, hey, well, Gelth Walker may well have himself maybe getting himself a job. So let's keep him in our thoughts there for sure, because it sounds like a good thing for him, and that's good. You know, the opportunity there, having something open for him, I think that's very important. So congrats to you, buddy. Well, I'm touching the thought, so like that may be premature for congrats, but I got you there. I'm feeling it. If you're looking up her witness statement, by the way, remember her name is not Heard. It's Henriquez. So if you're looking up her statement, maybe that's the problem with that. Like the sister's witness statement, and she does have a witness statement, but again, her last name is not Heard. Like that's always confusing. There's actually there's a video. Oh my God, never mind. I gotta do another video of something that everybody forgot about. Holy crap, I forgot all about it. Let me write this down. There's something out there that everybody forgot about, and Daddy Tug remembers it. I forget some stuff, but man, like I said, let me write this down. That'll be a nice surprise. Tomorrow on videos, I have two things for you. Heard betrays Jason Momoa. Not surprised. And also, I found out some stuff about her job status, and it's not looking. It's actually looking pretty funny. I very much have the feeling that it's much worse than people actually think for her. So I'm gonna do a video on that. So they'll both be kind of Jason Momoa themed tomorrow. You know, because there will be a straight up Heard betrays. I get the feeling like I think their relationship has been much different than people imagined. You know, they were supposed to be all buddy and everything. I don't think they are as much as people had always shown. And what I do think is fascinating. So everybody, brought up Jason Momoa. Well, we'll talk about him tomorrow. Let's talk about him tomorrow after the video, because I do think that there's some stuff going on in that camp, and I'll put together something on that. PTC, thanks for the 20. I think Edward Scissorhands is one of my favorite. I do like that movie because there's something about his character that makes how JD views himself, cast different, off-put to most people, which is tragic. Yeah, I think that's a byproduct of his mama. You know, I think that's a byproduct of his mama. Like Bums, thanks for the 5. She has fillers and Botox. What if her hair clumps are just the rug or cut extend? I mean, it could be. Johnny whispered Botox to his lawyers. Yes, saw that. Jen Selfridge, thanks for the 5. I found it on Nick Wallace, but the video is a bogus link. She didn't finish, so there should be part of her depot out there. Will you slap Film Streak? Oh man, they're one of those places. So a lot of those places, like there are fake places out there, and yeah, they continue. Like they just draft on whatever I make. They've been doing that for a long time, though. Like those places are just garbage. Like any place that tells you, like what really frustrates me with some of these fake places is that, again, they sell hope where it shouldn't be. Like they'll tell you that Johnny Depp is there's going to be a new Pirates with Johnny, and that's what people want to hear, but it's not true. And what it does is it builds up Disney. Or they'll like one of these places said the judge just threw out Amber. Well, that's not true. You can say like Team Heard. That's what I do in thumbnails. I'll say Team Heard if I mean somebody besides. If I mean somebody besides Amber, or maybe it's like lawyers, I call them Team Heard because, again, I need, few words on the thumbnail. But I always call lawyers or friends or whomever, I call them, even the media sometimes, depending on if they're a certain type of show media, I call them Team Heard. And then they also had like Elon Musk apologizes to JD. Like, that's not true. None of that happened, Again, I don't care. If you have a title that makes me want to click, that's what you need, all right? But your title should not be an utter fabrication, like a totally fake video. And that's what a lot of these, and they're ran by the same people. If you'll notice, like a lot of these fake places, they're ran by the exact same people. Like you can tell because the video is it'll be a video that you've seen before. It's just the same clips that are reloaded, and they get millions of hits because they just, all they got to do is figure out a fake title, It's crazy. I don't like people that take what I make anyway because, I tailor. If I'm reading a depo or something, whatever, you cover whatever. But typically, I'll put together a point. Like when I was talking about, what's her face? Kate Moss wrecking Heard. Well, I've strung that together in such a way that you would understand what I was talking about. And I put in the reason she would lie. I put in the staircase into that. I put in the stuff with Vince Jolivet, and I put in the stuff with. It's funny too. I saw. I'm not going to say who, but I saw a person. Someone asked a YouTuber who put in that stuff from Vince Jolivet. They asked them why did you take that Umbrella Guy stuff? And they were like, I didn't. I just went online and I found Vince Jolivet's deposition. And I was like, no, you fucking didn't, because I got that from a source. You'll find some of that maybe cut up where somebody else reposted it, but you didn't find a deposition because it came from me. And it's not. It's in 3 screenshot pieces because that's how I have it. And I know it's legit. I got it from a very legit, above board, unquestionable, good source. But I know that it's not out there loaded to a deposition site or a statement site because it came from me. I like that. I like it when somebody they did that. But I saw somebody ask them. They're like, I didn't do that. It's like, yeah, whatever. And again, people can cover whatever. That's not the point. I just thought it was really funny. I'm not crediting that guy. Yeah, thanks for the 10 there. With no prenup and blackmail strategy, do you know why she didn't try to get more money from him? She did. Well, she went in with which site has a whole video, Doug? That site I was telling you about didn't have a whole video of yours on there. Oh, I'll have to check. I can't remember which site that is. Why didn't she get more money? She did. Okay, so what she started in, with wanting, I forget what the total was at first, but she kept adding to it. She wanted, though, $14 million free and clear, I think was the total at first, if I'm not mistaken. But what she ended up getting, she got quite a bit. Remember, they were married for 15 months, okay, just 15 months. She walked away with 2 payments that came together as $6.8 million. They had community liabilities. That would be debt incurred by both parties. The debt and again, that would be both their debt. They would have to pay off. That equaled $13.5 million. So they had $13.5 million in debt that had to be paid off. JD reset all of that on his own, and he paid $500,000 to her lawyers. So she actually got a lot more money than people know. Like, people think it's only like $7 million, but it's well above that, because that's what we heard. We heard that in the public, and that's not anybody's fault for taking it that way, because the public was told $7 million, because we never heard about the community liabilities part. Because she always wanted to make it sound like she was some saintly figure, where she didn't take a dime. Well, she took a dime in community liabilities. First of all, she let all that get reset. Silver Serpent, thanks for the 5. AH's Botox doctor surely kept a record of when she was treated. Might just line up with her alleged abuse. Wish they could be subpoenaed. Well, they did get her medical records, so I don't know what's there, though. I'm not sure. The Only Right Starter, thanks for the 2 there. Look at JD's objections to AH's witnesses. Yeah, I saw the one with Whitney and the one with Jody. Yeah, Whitney's, for the objections, you had the sister. She was objected to because they set for half a deposition. She left, called it medical problems. And it's true, actually. That's one of the things that gives this away, is Elon Musk paying for stuff. Because there are 2 schools of thought on it. You can't say who paid for everything, because there's not a billing that's available. But she's not paying for it, and you know that because she's not having any of that hit her in the taxes. Like, she's not writing any of it off. She's not filing any of it all. She didn't do anything with it. I mean, someone else is paying for it. Now, that would mean either it's being paid for, the trial is either being paid for by a insurance policy that would the ACLU brought on, and that would make sense, except the insurance policy wouldn't pay for your witnesses. They would have to come in on their own, and they're being paid for it too. And the only other person that leaves is Elon, because she can't afford this. She doesn't have enough money to have this fight. You're loving her. Thanks for the 2. I absolutely cannot stand her with the bottle story. That bottle story pisses me off. That's why I left it up there for so long. Wasn't it 14.25 with all the other perks? So, well, that on the stand, the guy said that was $13.5 million. Ed White, that was the guy. He said it was $13.5 million with community liabilities. It was $6.8 million, and then $500,000. So that was his breakdown, actually, of how much money was spent. But he said 14 something. But like I said, I don't know how that number, because when he gave us a breakdown later on, again, that's the number he broke down. Maybe out of all of that money, maybe $7 million was, maybe what he was saying is that $7 million in that liability was actually hers. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, he did say 14.2 as a total that for her, and I wonder if, again, the way that they arrive at that number was the 6.8 million plus whatever, in community liabilities. Green Beanie, thanks for the 2. Not to mention the fruit isn't flung out. That's true too. You're talking about the wicker basket. Wicker. Party Blue, thanks for the 5. Did you notice those links I sent through Instagram to you last night on the Naples, still Texas case? 22304, when I was looking at the right area. You mailed to me? I don't remember. I don't remember. If anybody sends me stuff on Instagram or on, I have a oh God, I can't think of the stupid thing, TikTok, but I don't read anything on there. I uploaded something to it finally. I hate TikTok. I really do. So if you notice something on there, like, I probably will not use it very much. I've never liked TikTok very much. It's not a platform I enjoy. I also don't like the fact that, like, I feel like they exploit their creators. Is he the legend? Thanks for the 5. What about this case that you're so interested in? You've been a Johnny Depp child for over a year now. I think that, well, first of all, as a mental health practitioner, the words that we use matter. It's the same thing that brought me to the Vic Mignogna thing. I covered it for a while. If somebody's called a sexual abuser or a rapist or whatever, they're the worst things that you can be called. And that kind of stuff, that stigma. We also, the advocacy for the falsely accused is important. Like, us treating life, like, here's the problem with what society has done, and it gets worse and worse and worse. We consider stories one and done. We have become so instant in our gratification that, we become this gimme, 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 gimme society, and we act like, again, everything's tied up in a nice little package or bow, and it's not. Life is ugly, messy, and when it's playing out for somebody, it can be dark there. I find that the case fascinating on just looking at it. It's crazy, but at the same time, like I said, I think that, like, you need to look at it over a long enough timeline, because all of these pieces, in real time, you can see them come together. You can see the truth of what's coming out. And you know what? Like, what other sources were telling you the truth about it? Like, now you have a lot of mainstream sources that want to turn and pretend that they're depth. And really, that still annoys me, because they didn't in the past. Like what, besides a handful of YouTubers, who was talking about this stuff? Who was actually saying, like, this is wrong. This is fake. False accusations are a huge men's rights issue too. And I don't believe that men's rights is a dirty word. I believe that women have their own issues that they need to fix as women, because they understand them uniquely. I think there are issues that men understand that are uniquely male oriented. Like, there are answers too. There are questions that also, like, look at the homeless population, for example, or suicide rates for men. These issues are just so off the charts for men, and they're uniquely men issues. And then we have issues that relate to all of us that come out of something like this too. You have, the idea of a domestic violence survivor should be able to be heard. On top of that, again, we're talking about a male on top of it. Of course, he can be ignored, and of course, he can be treated like trash. And like I said, every time I look at that, there was something new to cover with it, and I found it fascinating. I don't want to. I also don't like covering. I would rather, if I could find something to cover that just interests me on a long spectrum, like, I would rather cover one topic instead of 30 different topics. Because, one of the problems with that is that, like people who spit out 7 videos a day, some of those plays, they don't know anything about any of this stuff. Like, they're not educated on it at all. And it's a problem when people can't answer the questions about that. Like, if you ask me about evidence or something, I typically, there's about 5% of stuff that I may have forgotten, or there's maybe 2% of stuff that I haven't, that I just didn't know about. It's a very small percentage because I've been looking at it for so long, and all this stuff, it's rolling in real time, so I could see it in real time. I don't have to be overwhelmed by it. But when you're looking at that again, I think the end result, one day we're going to see a false accusation case be won, something high profile like this. And it's going to set a precedent, and it's going to help out men, and it's going to help out women, as well, but for different reasons. It's going to also help out domestic abuse survivors. And we really need to change the narrative societally that men can't be victims, can't be survivors. And there's just a lot of reasons for that. Hopefully a few of those resonate with you. Yeah, I find it like also I don't give a shit about. Here's just let me be real about this. I get tired of covering like a Disney or a Warner. I like to make fun of Warner and their failures, but I don't give a crap about them. I don't want to talk about their products sometimes. Like I'm disgusted. Like I don't spend my money on their products anymore. Like I walked away from them, and I think other people, they should do the same. Walk towards something better, but walk away from them for sure. And, a lot of people don't do that either. Broly, what's up? Thanks for the tip. Been a minute. Hey, what's up, man? I'd like to catch up sometime. Sure, dude. Sure. Reality check. Thanks for 5. Did you see Australia prosecuting AH for the perjury? If so, when? Well, they're talking about it. They still being on that. See, that's another thing that kills me when people talk about that stuff because they make it sound like it's happening now. These people don't know. It's being investigated. It's still in the investigation stage. We don't know, but it's been confirmed that it's still going on. So I'll do a video on it. I think that like I said, I know some stuff that wasn't introduced there. Let me write that down as a video. I got 3 videos that need to be brought up. D Gray, thanks for the 20 there. You think she is going to claim insanity? No. Also, what was the ACLU thinking? They were thinking money. They were thinking dollar signs, Elon Musk money. I have a son, and I tell him all the time, be careful. Yeah, you need to. They need to be smart, careful. But they were thinking dollar signs, that Elon Musk money. On to Dotson, thanks for the buck there. No statement with that, but plenty of statement in backing. Thank you. Finbar, thanks for the 5 there. I'm enjoying your content as ever. Shame YouTube didn't notify me when you stream in the UK. Glad your wife is having a good birthday. Can any of Amber's exes be called? They could have, but see, they wouldn't even allow they didn't want them called because it would be hearsay evidence, right? That's what or not. They could keep it as hearsay evidence, is what I meant. They could leave it out, but I think you had when they started bringing up exes, when Amber Heard started bringing up exes, like Kate Moss, that opened the door for Tasha Van Ree. So. Edward, thanks for the 5 there. Tug, check file numbers with dates and times. File numbers with dates. I'll look at that and see. I'll go back and look at it. Kathy, thanks for the 5. Rocky has supposedly turned over her phones and other devices to JD's team in order to help them. Do you think she's going to prove the conspiracy? I don't know. She turned over her phones and stuff. When did she do that? When did Rocky do that? When did that happen? Because we what's confirming that? Like, is there a document out there floating around that I haven't seen, or is that just like something that somebody said? Does anybody know about that? Because I don't remember Rocky ever agreeing to turn over any stuff unless there's like I said, unless there's something else out there that I haven't read. TF, thanks for the super chat. Hey, Tug, did you get a chance to see the Botox Bruise clip? Yeah, I did. Johnny Depp Botox on YouTube. Yeah, I saw that. I did. I saw that. Yeah. Nightcap, thanks for the 2. I think you're right. She was planning to kill JD. That's what I'm saying. It's creepy. It's creepy stuff. I was looking to see if anybody mentioned the hacker come get some Unbox PhD. Man, there's been some craziness with Unbox PhD. Good Lord. Go on Twitter and look it up. It's nuts. People got really mad at Unbox PhD because he had I guess a disagreement or something with some people. Like there was some, I don't know exactly what was going on, and he tagged in Eve Barlow and some other Barlow and Amber Heard, like trying to get them involved. And it was just kind of weird. I mean, there were a lot of people flipping out about it. Like I said, I don't know all of it there, but I'm looking to see if I can find the thing on it. Because I know some people posted that screenshot. I thought, what the heck? I did find it fascinating that Unbox got that blowback to it, because I was like, what the world? What is going on? But I try to stay out of their drama. Oh, here it is. So here's this was a bunch of drama. Look, check this out. So just a note. Again, I'm just mentioning this because it's out there. I've never had a problem with Unbox PhD. I've never had any issue with them, but people were mentioning, here's Pam moaning like this was an Unbox statement. Honestly, Johnny Depp jealous supporters are the worst. Tagged in at Amber Heard and at Eve Barlow. If you want to use any of my tweets in your documentary, please feel free to do so. I'll be deleting my Twitter for good in the next hour. So I don't know what was going on, with all of that stuff. I don't know. I don't know it was asked like I said, I had that, and then right after that statement, absolutely, I'm an Amber Heard supporter, at real Amber Heard. So, like I said, I don't know what was going on with that, but I was like, wow, this is crazy. That's a nutty. I don't know. Like I try not to get in fight. I used to get into like slap fights with YouTube. And sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes there's drama and you can't stay out of it. Stupid. But like I said, I actually found a couple of good stories with him. Like when he was on set and that guy headbutted him in the face. I thought that was pretty jacked up. So no, I also don't like that. I don't like the community policing idea, where people, what they'll do is, they'll find something they don't like that you do, I like, for example, one person was throwing a fit because I make comic books, and they were like, you use Johnny's pain from comic books. And I was like, so Johnny Depp has a problem with that? Did he tell you that? Because I have some pretty good sources, and I could confirm that nobody has a problem with what I do out there. Quite the opposite, in fact. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that sources would give me like Adam Waldman emails or like a Vince Jolivet. If people had a problem with me, but you do get into community policing, and I sometimes there are disingenuous actors there, but I try to stay out of all of that. But I saw that when I was like, wow, that's crazy stuff. But like I said, I let other people like get into that, and if people want to come at me, I'm just like, fuck you. Anyway, that was a long thing. I saw the tag places. Stephanie Tam, thanks for the 2. Is there another tip ad? It doesn't take 30%. Probably the easiest way to add, like if people want to super chat or to add, is I have a PayPal link. The PayPal link probably adds the most. It's probably the easiest way to back if you want to. It's in the description. And thank you for asking for that. Yeah, that's probably the best way to back. If you want, because again, it takes a small percentage, but it's not as high as the YouTube percentage for sure. Jennifer Starks, thanks for the 5. David Hurd and Rocky, right, report listed in JD exhibit list. David Hurd and Rocky. Oh, okay, huh? I see. No, I didn't. I didn't even notice that really. Like it just skipped me. I'm gonna write that down. Tammy, that's what Jennifer Starks is saying on the on the exhibits, though, there's a list for David Hurd and Rocky's reports on that. So I'm going to look that up. Thank you for mentioning that, too. Because I'll look into that. Like I said, I find stuff like that fascinating because I want to know what came from it, you know? And sometimes I need to know what questions I ask. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. Have a muffin. Birthday one for the wifey. Amica, baby. Amica, baby. I love the Amica stuff, I tell you. Amen. Thanks for the 5. AH is reportedly an avid reader. I see books in the image. I would be interested in the book she's reading and if she lifted any testimony. That's a good question, actually. Has Amber Heard ever... I've seen her list a few odds and end books, like with Aquaman. She has some on her Instagram, you know, that she's sitting there reading. But I'd be curious if she has any books that are like in her possession, just outright, that do have some of these elements. That would be fascinating to see. Jessica Flores, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you for your backing. Jessica Flores again, thanks for additional 5. Can you check out the pic with the bed and see if there's something metal on the bed that could potentially be a knife? Someone said the wood split. Yeah, that's not a wood split. It is a knife. It's a knife. You're right. You know, it's in the again. I've probably talked about that since then, but yeah, it's a knife. Give me a second. I'll zoom it in for you all the way. You can see it on the sheets. It's right there on the top. Okay, so this is in the Josh Drew witness list, or the witness deposition exhibits. You see that right there? It's a knife. You can tell from the design of the exterior. Give me a minute. See it right there? Just tell by the way it's put together. You got a knife on the bed. Crystal, thanks for the 5 and that dancing super sticker. But yeah, notice that there, like how it sets up. Thank you for that super sticker. It's over. I like that super sticker actually. Me and headphones, I wear them like everywhere. So let's see. Man, a super chat thing rolled up. It'll take me just 1 second to roll it back down. I always hate it when it does that. Hey, Matt Rainwater, what's up? Thanks for the 50 there. Howdy, bub. Check out Frank. Yeah, new audio leak. It was the first time I had heard most of it. Heard some before. Just want to run it by you. You probably heard it. Evidently, there's a larger version. Actually, okay, I'll check it out. There's actually, there's a 4-hour version, like an hour or something version. All of the audio, by the way, is in the, I take that back. They didn't put all audio into the courtroom, but the courtroom that's in the audio, it's uploaded to the witness exhibit, so you can actually pull those up too. But I will check them out just to see if it's something new. I'll keep looking for new. There has to be other audio out there. There's definitely other audio out there. So I'll check it out. Appreciate it. I have some uploads of different audio as well, that I've uploaded over time. I uploaded some audio today too the other day too, that was involved with one of the witnesses that turned on Amber Heard. Actually, a very good friend of hers that turned on her was working for Elon Musk too at the time, but she paid them back by secretly recording them and testifying basically on that and then turning it into the UK 2020 court. And thanks for the super chat there. Hey, our super sticker. Thank you. Hey, you returned. Hey there, even. LA Vince, thanks for the 2. That's whack. Photo number times they damp don't say. Yeah, there's so many that don't sync up. You're right. Jenna Lee, thanks for the 8. Law and Lumber did a video on how the bed frame can be split with a boot. Can be done easily with a box cutter, though. Yeah. I saw. I thought that his approach was actually a smart approach. It was something like new and kind of different with it. Matt Rainwater, thanks for 5. You're right. Yeah, I did hear that part. It's probably in the file. Anyways, hashtag megabytes for everyone. Well, I'll check. I mean, actually, they may have come up with something new. They may have found something. There may be something out there that, or it could be a forgotten piece of audio. Like there's new stuff that keeps popping up, and there's stuff that's forgotten as well. I just remembered something that was forgotten totally by everyone, apparently. I'm going to bring that up. It'll be amazing. Be something awesome, but it'll take me a day to get to it because I already have my day lined up tomorrow. Crystal, thanks for the 2. She's lying, and she's not even good at it. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh, thanks for the 5. He did all that, but he wasn't strong enough to break a wicker basket or knock fruit out of it. That's true. Bad vibes. Thanks for 2. Johnny should have flushed sooner. Amen. Bad vibes. Thanks for additional 2. AH loves munching dirty carpet. That's what she said. Jennifer, thanks for the 2. YouTube unsubscribe me. Beware. Yes, they're notorious about stuff like that. They're notorious. So if you have any channels that you like, including this one, make sure you stay subscribed to them. You know, I found out the other day I'd been unsubbed from Popcorn Planet. And I get unsubbed all the time from Yellow Flashes. And that kills me because I'm a member there. I pay for content and yet I get unsubbed. That's garbage. Raquel, thanks for the 5. Tug, I'll be sending you the picture on the canvas idea I have in mind. Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I think that'll be awesome to see. Jeff, thanks for the 2. Amber's creative license will be revoked. Lynette, thanks for the 10 and that super sticker. I like it. Flip that hat. Debbie, thanks for the 5. I was over at PP Popcorn Planet when you and the Infiltrate Girl, great combo. Hey, thank you for that. Yeah, I thought that was a fun conversation. Like I said, I like popcorn. You know, we all have different styles. Like I said, I don't get together with a lot of other people to platform. I like how he does his platforming. You know, Samantha, thanks for the 5. As first draft email from AH used in evidence. Yeah, so that would mean he won. Well, definitely proves she lied. She also lied about charitable donations. She said in her deposition, or in her transcript, she had given it away all to charity. So, Samantha, thanks for the 2. I'm in for the defamation case. Yeah, actually for her. Yeah. It's all in there. Halfpint 1972, thanks for the 20. She lied on stand, saying she slapped him only once on the stairs with her sister, but she said too that she slapped him while fighting in the kitchen. Hope the jury caught that. That's true. She does that a lot. She can't keep her lies straight. That's the problem, you know. Like it's a big problem for them. Cheryl, thanks for 5. Maybe the court needs to only accept original photos from camera card, or like I was saying before. I think I hit that one before. There are a lot of people that if you don't talk about it, like you don't have a problem with the upload, then why should the court? That's the way the court looks at it, I think. You know, people just have to complain about. Was it Kayla? Thanks for the 3. Could you do a Zoom? Has have some major points. No, probably not. I might open. Like I said, I work all day. When I come in, I just want to sit down and talk for a bit, and go over whatever topic there is, and you know, get everything out of my system, out of my brain too. That's usually why I run like this. You know, it's not to deprive anybody of coming on or anything. You know. I see your, do I want the news, Gelth? Well, I got the news now. Thank you, buddy. Anastasia, thanks for the 2. Happy birthday, that umbrella wife. Thank you. My birthday is Sunday, by the way. So Sunday I will be on for sure and stream. We'll have fun that day. You know. Faye T, thanks for the 10. Johnny's ability to throw AH across the room. Yeah, and high enough for her to land on a ping pong table, break the table. Makes him sound like the Hulk. You know what's funny about that though is it's a segmented table. Okay, if you look at the gaming table, like her version of breaking it, she so embellishes the truth because it's a. If you've ever owned one of those, I'm not sure how many people there have owned a segmented table, but for people who have, let me pull this up for you, okay? She's talking about, one of those things that you put together, you kind of clip together, but the way that she was making it sound, like again, he lifts her up and throws her, and now here's the table, okay? If all that stuff happened on the table, it would have jacked up the table, all right? Notice there's no marks on the table. Like, there's no way, like she was saying, okay, well, the stuff is cleaned up. Well, he ain't going to clean the marks off of it, Generally, thanks for the 2. Devil works hard, but Tug works harder. Indeed. I work a lot. Like I said, I work a day job. I come in, I drop you some videos, or rather, I drop you I think I'll make 2 videos at night. And I don't make like fast videos. They take me a minute to put together. So I gotta make 2 videos. Then I go to bed and get a little bit of sleep and then go it again. Gail, thanks for the 5. Sent you an email. It's going to be a masterpiece just like JD's. Awesome. I will have to check that in a minute. Looking forward to it too. I love paintings. Like I said, I love people's artwork. I love seeing what people make. Give me 1 second. I'm looking through to see what I've missed or haven't missed. Thanks for the 2, Tug. I appreciate you and all that you do. Hey, I appreciate all of you showing up. That is very awesome of you to keep. Again, you support the channel. You keep it going. Thank you for that. AJ Starhiker, thanks for the 3 there. Fist bump. I love the fact that I was looking through some of the crazy talk, and you notice when they're discussing things behind the scenes and they're getting mad about it, what they really are mad about is success. They hate the idea that we get backing, we have fun. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, I like that. I like I think that'll make a good painting. I think it'll be fun. PTC says, thanks for the 5. Said, Tug, pus happens immediately with her. That's true. Hey, thanks for the 4. All we are saying is give hair pieces a chance. Seth still like this. Hair piece a chance. Indeed. The hair picks are really annoying. Like Danielle says, thanks for the 10 too. The hair picks really bother me. It doesn't even look like her color. I'm wondering if it's from one of her Yorkies. I wonder, like, the lineage of that stuff. All of these things bother me. Again, if you look at this gaming table, the idea that somebody they had all of those horrible things supposedly happen, but it didn't scratch the table up. It didn't cause any kind of issues. You have other places where there's blood, because JD went that area and he bled because he's missing a freaking finger. But, you have that, but like the bed or the couch, they have the couch you can see. Even the couch, okay, so JD, you can tell he went by the couch because there's blood on it, right? But even this, it's a solid white couch. Like I said, when she set up the description of all of this, I expected it to look like a freaking murder, here's your picture. Like, again, I expected this to look like a murder zone. I didn't expect it to be cleaned up in any way, I've never understood, like, the crazy embellishment with reality. Like when I looked at this, one thing you do have to understand though is like a picture like this, they didn't know existed. So when she described that scene, she thought that there were no pictures of it. So the only picture you would have is the picture that you're painting in your mind after she speaks, and it's a very effective way of painting it. Because like when she's discussing it, she's making it sound like, again, there's this horror, this horrible thing has gone on. And yet, again, when you look at it, it's more like, let me bring this up here. Like the most destruction that you find typically are like empty cans, It's like this kind of stuff here. Like you do have a bit of blood, pooled. You have some empty cans. Huh. There's nothing there. I mean, like I said, even with cleanup, like if Ben King cleaned this up, why didn't he clean the blood and the cans off the floor? Like that's what, she was saying again. Oh, it's been all through the cleanup. Okay, well, Ben is going to be the guy who has to clean it all up, right? So why didn't he clean off the freaking cans off the floor? Like I don't get that. Like, why would he just leave them there? Because he's going to have to clean them up later. So why not just, he could either photograph them without all of that stuff, or he could photograph it with stuff on it. But why would he keep going? Like, consider it. Like, I don't get that. I don't get the idea that she's trying to push there. Amanda, thanks for the 5. If anyone was assaulted with any bottle, they would not be stomping around and up and down stairs in heels as she was on audio. I mean, that's true. Like, not just stomping around, too. Like, that audio shows that she was being treated to calm down. Because, again, she's the aggressor. Like, you could, that's the reality of it. She is the aggressor in this situation. She's an absolute monster. Like, I would hate to have to deal with her. Like, the problem with having a relationship with someone like that is once you're in, you can't get out, Like, how do you flee? How do you get out? Because, again, like, JD can't, he's so public that he can't just, like, leave and kick her to the curb. Like, you saw what happened when he did. His friends alleged that she was going to blackmail him, and they were absolutely right. They were absolutely right. I'm surprised she didn't try to pull, like, some kind of story with Australia where she had been accosted in the bed or something, because the only place that looks like it has ever been a crime scene as far as, like, say, a bed is concerned is this, she likes to talk about being beaten unconscious and stuff. Well, this bed right here, it looks more like a crime scene than anything that she's shown us. That's my problem with the wooden bed, like forget everybody keeps focusing on the wood and the knife. No, you need to focus on what's not there, like the ocean of blood that should be in that picture, because she's talking about how she was, beaten unconscious. He sat on her back. He beat her and beat her and beat her. He broke her nose. He busted her lip. I mean, he does all of this stuff to her. Again, you should have a bed that is saturated in blood. Like, there is no way that doesn't almost kill her, And yet, I mean, she walked away with nothing because she's a superhuman, I mean, I don't know, I just find it fascinating. Again, her story doesn't make any sense because of things like that. Like, it's the issues or the error. They expect you to just accept it, and they don't expect you to ask any questions, Damn you for asking questions, right? Give me a second. I was looking for that bed one. I thought I had a single of it uploaded, but I don't. I'm going to pull it another way. Dissient, thanks for the super chat there. Is there anything real chance for JD to win this case for real? Yes, very much so. Okay, well, you have to ask 3 questions. All right, this is the major portions of it. Number 1, there's an article, right? The article from the Washington Post. Is it about Johnny Depp? And do people see it about Johnny Depp? Yes, that has been proven. It is definitely about, they even messed up and they admitted themselves that it was about Johnny Depp. So first hurdle's overcome. Second hurdle is, did that article destroy his life? Now, it can't be accusations that ruined him. It has to be her article. And that I think has been proven, because you have his agent and 2 other agents that have gotten up there and talked about the loss of pirates, the loss of Houdini. You know, there have been multiple jobs that have been lost. Then you have to ask, was he an abuser? Now, this is where you run into a problem with the jury potentially, okay? Because if an overwhelming number of those jury members believe that it was mutual combat, how do they define domestic abuse? Here's your question, first of all. I've always wondered this. Like, how are they going to define domestic abuse? Like, do they define it simply as a slap in defense? Do they define it as, thinking that things got heated and he threw something one time? Like, what did they define it as? How do they go about it? And that's kind of the ugliness of this. That's why she had an expert out there that tried to, you notice she did something that JD didn't, and it talks about guilt when you think about it. She brought in an expert. That expert talked about abuse, but that expert talked about abuse associated with retaliation in something. They admitted that she had been an abuser, that she had, attacked him before, but the way that they tried to bring that up, they tried to say, well, he's actually the reason why it happened. Like, that should really stick. I think that should stand out to people more than anything. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the 5 there. Everyone should consider getting the cologne by that certain company that has stuck by JD. Yes, Sauvage. If you're just supporting him, mine's coming tomorrow. Yeah, I did a video today, like a big video talking about him winning. Okay, and this is probably the biggest win that he could have, in my opinion. Think about this. In 2021, that cologne sells so well because of support that it sells a bottle every 3 seconds. I mean, that's the kind of support that you get every 3 freaking seconds. I mean, that's insane. And it ends up selling so much that it becomes the best-selling fragrance, not for men, but for everyone, for women too. And that just doesn't happen. Like, you've never had it happen. That's how different that is. Like, it never happens. As in, it never, ever has, and it may never again. You've never had a fragrance top the charts. Right? I mean, he made them countless amounts of money, and it's because they decided to stand by him. Like, that's fascinating to me with Dior, because Dior could have turned their back at any time. And in fact, the media did their best to give them an ultimatum. They were saying, if you don't do this, this is going to destroy your company. That's just nuts. They didn't. They didn't care. They were like, nope, we don't care. I loved it. I thought it was funny. I thought it was absolutely funny. I got to check something real fast. Oh, man, that's funny. I was telling my wife, I'm not going to say how much, but I had a super chat goal today, and I'm trying to see if this hits it. Give me 1 minute. I'm curious, like where it came out. I had a goal in mind. And like I said, I'm not going to say what it is. I'm just curious if it got there. Give me 1 minute. Yes, bam, boom. That's crazy. Awesome. Chicken Canada, thanks for the 2. Thank you, Tug, for all your support. Now, thank you all. Like seriously, I want to be. Let me pull this out. No joking, no nothing. YouTubers are terrible about telling their audiences that. First of all, like I don't see a distinction between myself and an audience. You know, I mean, I'm my audience. I'm just like everyone else out there. So, but YouTubers are terrible about telling the audience thank you, and I want to say thank you. Do me a favor, if you folks would. So Lola, that's my wife. She has a channel. I'm going to put a link in the chat, okay? And I want you to sub to it. Bam. Like you see it right there? Right there. Bam. Sub to it, if you would, please. It's free. If you want to see, I think she's got a birthday stream coming up, too. Did you have fun? And I will probably, I'll get matters. I hope AH cracks like Perry Mason case. That would be funny. Tisha, thanks for the super chat there. I have an anxiety issue with this case. I really hope him to win the case. On the other hand, I'm looking for a husband who I can sue for $14 million. Make him believe I'm the best he can have. I'm joking. That's funny, actually. They have $2 billion. You're dead. Yeah. I think it's fun, like for her birthday thing. I think it's fun to like. She was talking the other day. So she had. I pulled up on one of the lives. I pulled up her channel, and I asked people to sub, and she had like 600 subs, and it jumped up to 1,000. Like after I asked people if they could do this 1,000, and they did. And then I was playing around with her Twitter today, and I asked people to like and follow her Twitter on her birthday. Like 500 people follow it, so I thought it was fun. Red, thanks for the 5. The bed frame has no hair, skin, teeth, blood, body fluids, no boot marks on the bed, nothing but a knife and a wood chip. That is very, very true. Very, very true. And it would have all of that and so much more, especially when they told you they just brought it in and, it was after the fact. That is very true. Shane Lee, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Tell you that would be $80 for subscribing, indeed. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm gonna play the toast and then I'm out because I got to make my videos tonight. It's been a good. We could go over like a million freaking metadata things though, for real. Like the metadata stuff, there's so much of it. But anyway, here's some toast to send you out. Man, that was sexy. All right. So I'm going to jump off here. I appreciate all of you. And until tomorrow, we will either have 3 videos tomorrow or we'll have a live stream. I'm not sure yet. I plan a live stream, but we'll see. All right. Appreciate all you folks. Go watch Lola. And again, sub to the channel. Thank you. Bye.